and it's Wednesday, November 18th. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and if board members could turn their mics on to speak with me, I would love that. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I am going to, before we start this meeting, I'd like to address two issues pertaining to my dual role as the Nature Conservancy's Western Colorado Water Project Director and Colorado River Tribal Water Project Manager in my role on this board. Today, we will be briefed in executive session regarding the hearing for the rulemaking to amend the rules governing the board's in-stream flow program. And in January, the board will be holding a rulemaking hearing on the same topic. Hearing Officer Beatty issued an order yesterday regarding party status for this rulemaking, and in that order, the Nature Conservancy has been granted party status to the rulemaking. This presented me with an issue regarding my role as chair of the board, overseeing the hearing, and my role as a board member generally. The standard for addressing conflicts of interest for boards and commission members in Colorado is found in the Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-18-108.5. This statute prohibits a board member from taking action when that action may provide a direct economic benefit to herself or her employer. The rulemaking proceeding will not provide the Nature Conservancy with any economic benefit, let alone the direct one contemplated by the statute. So I want to be clear that I am not legally prohibited from participating in the rulemaking. I am concerned, however, with the appearance of my overseeing the hearing process as chair and making a decision pertaining to the substance of the rulemaking when the Nature Conservancy staff will be appearing before the board. In order to maintain the public confidence in our rulemaking process, I will thus be recusing myself from the rulemaking. I will be handing the gavel to the vice chair of the board, Director Brody, to handle the rulemaking hearing. I will not attend today's executive session briefing, and I will not participate in the hearing. Additionally, a question has been raised about my participation in discussions surrounding demand management. On the agenda today is an action item regarding demand management, item 10. The analysis regarding conflicts in this situation is the same as in the rulemaking context and for all board members, which is whether taking action on demand management will provide a direct economic benefit to the Nature Conservancy. Today's demand management agenda item will not provide the Nature Conservancy with any economic benefit.
He's my best friend in the whole world.
So I am not legally prohibited from participating in this or other demand management discussions or decisions. I am, however, disclosing that my role at the Nature Conservancy requires that I work on Colorado River Basin issues, and more specifically, on Colorado River tribal interest in basin-wide discussions. I was appointed to this board in part because of my expertise on these matters. Indeed, every one of us on this board comes to this work with some professional experience in and lens through which we consider water issues in Colorado. It's a requirement for appointment. Still, I will make decisions about this matter in my authority as a board member of the Colorado Water Conservation Board with a focus on what is best for Colorado. I have the ability to serve the board professionally and without being driven by the demands of my job. Thus, I will not be recusing myself from the demand management discussions and decisions. And with that, we will move on to agenda item 1 to review and approve the agenda. It is in your packet, and I would entertain a motion or questions. And a small logistical reminder for today, when we have the presentation up, I cannot always see a hand going up, so let's use the chat so I make sure I don't lose anybody in the discussion. And Director Brown.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Brown to approve the agenda, seconded by Director Yan. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Anyone who's opposed, please put that in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. We'll move on to agenda item 2, review and approve the September 2020 board meeting minutes, which are also in your packet. Director Jan.
I move to approve the board minutes from the September 2020 meeting.
It was moved by Director Jan to approve the board minutes from the September 2020 meeting. It was seconded by Director Brown. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you are opposed, please let me know in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. Let's move to agenda item 3, the consent agenda. This is also in your board packet. Director Jan.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Director Jan. Is there a second for that? All right, it's been moved by Director Jan to approve the consent agenda, seconded by Director Schwartz. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed, please let me know in the chat. Excellent. The next item on the agenda is the board meeting dates in 2021. Director Mitchell, do you have anything to say here?
No, we did look at the March meeting dates, and in order to best serve all the board members, we adjusted those slightly. You can remember that we did that last year also, based on spring breaks that happen across the state, and we have active mothers and fathers on this board that have time off for spring break with their children, and so we elected to make a modification due to that, and so you will see that reflected in the board meeting dates.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to director's reports, and we will start with Keith McLaughlin. Is he on? Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you making an accommodation to my schedule. I've got another board meeting to attend here shortly. I'll go quick and try to keep your schedule on time here today. Just a few things to report and a couple of highlights from my director's report, which you should have.
Keith, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you just state your name for the record, please?
Yes, absolutely. My apologies. Sorry, this is Keith McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. Again, my intent is just to highlight a few of the items in my director's report, and please let me know if there are any questions. In late October, we sold bonds to two entities, City of Evans and the City of Sterling. Both good projects. The City of Evans has got a continuation of some stormwater projects, and the City of Sterling has come back into us. They came in for their drinking water project about 4 years ago, which was to remove radionuclides. That project was about $40 million. They've now come in for another $40 million on the wastewater side for some treatment plant expansion. So between those, they've got a lot of debt outstanding. It's a good credit, but that's a huge amount of debt for that community, and I certainly we'll be looking forward to continue to work with them on their new project. The bonds that were sold in late October had incredibly low interest rates. The 30-year loan, which was to, let's see, I think 30-year loan was to Sterling and the 20-year loan was to Evans. The 20-year loan interest rate was 1.33%. For 20 years. The 30-year loan was 1.54%. The lowest rates we've ever seen at the authority, by far. I didn't think we'd ever go below 2%. We've been at or below 2% for a couple of years now. And at this point, we actually have now new, lowest rates ever. And while that's a great thing for our borrowers, it actually is somewhat of an issue for us as an organization. So one of the items we'll be working on with our board is to how to operate in these low interest rate environment. When you have rates this low, it's just hard to operate the program. You're not collecting the admin fees that you need to run the program. And I'm becoming less and less convinced that we're not going to see negative rates here in the United States. And if you look across Europe, which is often sort of a harbinger for things to come in the U.S., Europe has already got negative rates. Sweden's got negative rates. The Central Bank of Europe has negative rates. Germany, which is typically the strongest economy across Europe, is also their 10-year rate is negative. So you think it's hard operating in low rates. Think about operating in negative rates for any of us in these times. Certainly a big challenge and something we're going to be working on with our board here in the upcoming year. Want to also let this board know that we're no longer water rights holders, and we actually are happy to say that. We've been holding water in Lake Nighthorse for some time. We had about 2,600 acres we originally purchased. 1,900 was sold to Durango, and then we just sold the remaining 151 acre feet to the La Plata Water Conservancy District. And they actually had a really nice tribute and celebration of that final sale. And I was able to attend. It was at the Tribute Garden. If you've been there in Durango, it's a beautiful spot. Hard to imagine too much more beautiful spots in the state to go see. You've got the changing falls, changing fall colors reflecting off the lake there. And it was awesome to get out of the house finally. So I enjoyed the trip and wanted to point that out. A couple legislative matters. Governor Polis has appointed two new board members. Those are Eric Wilkinson from Safe. He'll be representing the South Platte Drainage, and then Patty Wells, who will be representing the city and county of Denver. So that's our two new appointments. We're excited to have those two more board members join us. They come with a wealth of experience, and so we look forward to getting them on board. Our existing board members will continue to serve until the new board members are confirmed by the Senate, which is likely not to happen until late January, even early February, probably at the earliest. Although I do hear that they're contemplating virtual confirmations, and if they go to virtual confirmations, that may move things a little bit quicker. But that's kind of the latest status with our board. And then the last thing I was going to point out, although we gave it a sort of a good try this year, we tried to operate in the office sort of part-time, and we were successful kind of on a 2 or 3 day stretch from summer to early fall with the additional restrictions and to not increase the spread of COVID. I made the decision here a few weeks ago to close down the office again, and probably for the rest of the year. We're already under public health orders because an employee tested positive. And then with the additional city and county restrictions, it just makes it, almost impossible to operate between the two. And so it felt like the right thing to close the office back down. And so we'll be operating there at least at the end of the year. And I don't see us probably opening up until, sometime spring or even later next year. So with that, again, I really appreciate you commenting on my schedule today. Normally I'm at the back end. Very much appreciate it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Keith, and thanks for making time for us today. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 4B, Director Gibbs.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Dan Gibbs, the Executive Director of the Department of Natural Resources. And great to see everyone. I wish I could see you all in person, but optimistic that some of the vaccines that are being talked about right now could be a reality, in the near future, especially when we look at 94% effective rate for the Pfizer vaccine. That will be a game changer. But until we see a vaccine, we're still under, as you all know, a very challenging situation with COVID. Give you a snapshot of the numbers we see as of yesterday. We've had 172,000 people test positive. They've tested so far 1.4 million people. And then deaths due to COVID, we're at 2,299. Here at the Department of Natural Resources, we've had a recent uptick in positive cases, but they have not been as a result of people being exposed to at work. But we have 53 positive cases so far. The governor announced yesterday a new dial system that added another level called, it's a level purple, and it's extreme risk. So before red was considered stay at home, and really now level purple is kind of the one that's the most challenging situation. So there are about 11 counties that are now within this red severe risk, including the community I live in, Summit County. So statewide numbers, we're looking at the spread rate is about 1 in 110 people in Colorado are contagious, 1 in 68 people in Adams County. Summit County numbers are quite bad. I don't know exactly what those are, but they're probably very similar to Adams County. So I really urge you all to do 3 things, and this is really a message from the governor, but also from me, is to wear your mask when you're out in public, social distance, and do not socialize outside your household for the month of November. I know that's extremely challenging, but those are the big asks. I know with Thanksgiving right around the corner, that's going to be a real challenge. But we're really seeing these cases really expand in Colorado. I actually was out cross-country skiing a few days ago in Breckenridge and met a doctor, and he was talking to his doctor friends in the Front Range, and he said many of the hospitals are, getting close to capacity. So we don't want that situation to happen where, hospitals become filled up. But I know this is a very, stressful time for everyone. So just urge you all just to, take care of yourselves, big picture. Next, I want to talk just briefly about the governor's budget for the Department of Natural Resources that he submitted just, I want to say about a week and a half ago. This includes a total budget of $316.8 million for the DNR, and it really helps protect our high priority programs. And really happy that, even during this challenging budget time, we're able to maintain funding for Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Parks and Wildlife, Division of Water Resources, Water Conservation Board, while taking steps to recover from this historic wildfire season. Speaking of that, I think you all know this was, some of the worst wildfires we've seen, and on top of that, some of the most challenging drought season on record. This is impacting everything from, outdoor recreation to obviously climate change is a factor among other issues too. And it's a really bad year when you have the 3 largest fire seasons in history, going on at the same time. When, I live in Summit County, and we had this Williams Fork fire that was just north of Silverthorne, kind of like, Grand County, close to Summit County. And that burned, over 14,000 acres. And there was a point where I even forgot that fire was even going on. And I'm a firefighter. So that just showed how, challenging the statewide situation was. We were just having everywhere. So the DNR, we've requested speaking of fires, to install $10 million for 2 grant programs that will provide immediate support and recovery for restoration projects in response to, this fire season. It also includes 2 long-term investments for wildfire mitigation and forest and watershed restoration and large-scale stewardship projects. So this includes the supplemental that the governor proposed that the legislature will take up immediately. that will include $6 million for the current fiscal year for the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Mitigation Grant Program, and that is administered through the Colorado State Forest Service. And then $4 million for the CABCB Watershed Restoration Program for rapid deployment, shovel-ready, projects to help communities. I know there's one of those communities that are on the list for today's consideration for Glenwood Springs, but projects like that where communities are heavily impacted, and we all know, after fires are almost there's just an enormous amount of work that goes into help with recovery. And then looking at long term for the fiscal 2021-2022 year, there'll be $5 million each for those programs. For again, $5 million for the CABCB Watershed Restoration Grant Program, and then $5 million for the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Grant Program. So in addition to helping the wildfire response and recovery, these funds will also generate economic benefits by providing jobs, in particularly in rural areas, which is very important. Also, part of the economic stimulus package will include $20 million for one-time funds for really targeted investments and needs for our state parks, our campgrounds, improved amenities, looking at improvement for our recreational, opportunities. We've seen a huge spike in park visitations, where in past years we would see 15 million or so visitations. Now we're, well over 15 million and growing. So that will be really important to move forward. Also, the DNR's request for the budget will include several other items that will help work with our, wildly important goals that we have to balance outdoor recreation and conservation. So that's really important to move forward as well. And then I don't know if Director Prinsloo is on the phone, or maybe Rob Harris will give some of the CPW updates, but big deal. Just a few weeks ago, we had our Fisher's Peak, our new state park, soft opening. That is just amazing to see. That's our 42nd state park. Beautiful, beautiful piece of property, 19,200 acre land. So we are very busy working with the community and other partners to do an assessment on, where trails will be, where camping amenities will be, just kind of a huge analysis of the land. But we do have some trails that are open right now. We have about 250 acres that are available to the public right now, which is great. We also, the governor announced at that soft opening in in Trinidad for Fisher's Peak, the outdoor regional partnerships concept. That's really important to help balance outdoor recreation and conservation and wildlife. So you all in the water world obviously are very familiar with basin roundtables. So it's kind of modeled after that, where you bring people together and really look at where the best locations are for trails and where the best locations are for other recreational opportunities, but also looking through a lens of what's important for wildlife and conservation. We also have a new nomination process for new state parks. So if you have any ideas in your own home community on, it could be a private piece of land, it could be large piece of county open space that, we want to hear from folks on the possibility of our new state park. Back in 1964, I believe the state included 5 new state parks. In 1965, I think it was 4 new state parks. I don't think we'll hit those levels, but I know the governor is very much interested in exploring the possibility of new state parks. And then also want to share with folks, we are just neck deep in Oil and Gas Conservation Commission rulemaking process as a result of Senate Bill 181 that passed. And believe it or not, we're going to be finishing up likely the 1200 series, which are the wildlife rulemaking series, later on this week. And that will be 11 rules that will be finalized and be in place. Our goal is by January 15th. So it's just been a lot of work for those Oil and Gas Conservation Commission commissioners, but also all the stakeholders that are weighing in too. DNR is also really busy with our Colorado Geographic Naming Board. We're also still working on our shared stewardship MOU. I mentioned our outdoor regional partnerships. Wildlife corridors, we're working on that as well. And then voters have spoken. They want us to reintroduce wolves. And so Parks and Wildlife will be working on a new management plan, on wolf reintroduction. So with that, I know I covered a whole lot of information, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm also planning on participating all day with the exception of, I think it's either 1 or 2. I have another meeting I have to get off for, but I'll come back after that.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Are there any questions for Director Gibbs? Seeing none, Director Gibbs, I just wanted to thank you for the update on the budget. I know that, things are still very uncertain, but it was welcome news for me that there was at least a request for watershed and wildfire recovery. So thank you. I think that's good news, and I'm sure all of us will watch as the budget process moves forward.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, we can move on to agenda item 4C. Director Mitchell.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. And I want to echo Director Gibbs' statements. This has definitely been one of the interesting summers, and I'll get a little bit into budget, not too much since he touched on it, and we can get into detail later or if we have any questions. But I would be remiss if I didn't first reflect on the wildfire season in Colorado, and it really has shaped the work that we've been doing and will look to be doing in the future. With the 3 largest fires in state history occurring this year, we really have to think how we're doing things. We're concerned about debris flows, flooding, but also the impacts on water resources. That these fires often create problems that exceed the fires themselves. So I think that could be the case with several of these. So we are working diligently with our partners across the state to address those issues. We know that the residual impacts from these wildfires will last 5 to 7 years at minimum, and there's very little recovery for those first 3 years, and then it starts increasing quickly after that. As part of our effort to be a part of the solution, we recently hired a consultant team to assist with working with the communities and other local stakeholders affected by these fires. We contracted with Ingenuity and its partners to readily deploy resources to assist in our watershed restoration program and any technical activities related or technical support for grant applicants and grantees. This could be for design review, engineering analysis, construction oversight. We'll also be looking for using that support for fire and flood analysis, fluvial hazard zone program implementation, and just project monitoring and adaptive management. So the watershed flood and protection section has been working extremely hard this summer. And as part of their work into the future, they'll be attending community meetings related to this fire recovery and try to remain apprised of opportunities to provide any technical assistance in this watershed recovery. These watersheds are incredibly important across the state, and we're committed to continue this work. Along with those fires, one of the major issues this summer has obviously been drought. We are still in a drought, and portions of the state are still in extreme drought, and that has had an incredible impact on stakeholders across the state, but it's also had an impact on our participation in the endangered fish recovery programs, specifically the Upper Colorado. Just a little bit of information on that. Based on, due to that extreme drought, this significantly impacted the flows in the 15-mile reach, also the Yampa area, and I can get into that also. But you remember this 15-mile reach stretches from Palisade to the confluence of the Gunnison, and it's really the critical habitat for 2 of the 4 endangered species. The drought really resulted in below average stream flows, and so It really required the partners to pull together and decide, okay, how are we going to do this? So early in this runoff season, the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and the Water Conservation Board, we started coordinating with reservoir operators to in the basin to voluntarily leverage this excess flow to release flows to that critical habitat. I think when we see summers like this, these partnerships are going to be incredibly important. And so that was in the beginning of the summer. And as things got worse, mid to late summer, we had to work with additional partners. And we were able to release 40,000 acre feet of water between July and October to benefit that the endangered fish. So that, I actually want to say the recovery program led that, but the releases included Colorado Water Conservation Board's short-term lease water from the Ute Water Conservancy District and Garfield County, and then other water donated to the recovery program, and water from new partnerships as well, in from dedicated pools in Wolford, Granby, and Rudeye, and a small amount from Green Mountain's historic users pool. We also had to transfer kind of those partnerships and the way we did it there to some of the issues that were in the Yampa River Basin. And the Yampa also experienced devastatingly low flows. And in late August, the Yampa was placed on a call for the second time in history. The low flows resulted in a reduced availability of food access for the critical habitat and river passage for the endangered fish. So again, the Upper River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and the Colorado River Water Conservation District released almost 6,500 acre feet from Elkhead. And together with its partners and the recovery program, we were able to release enough water to avoid a potential dry up of the stream in the end of August. You heard Dan talk about potential future budget solutions. We all know that it is not only the CWCB and divisions within the Department of Natural Resources that are dealing with budget crisis, but across the country, our partners are dealing with budget crisis. And so the weather modification program has obviously been impacted by that. One of our major partners has been Vail Resorts, and within our weather mod program, Vail and Beaver Creek have been an area of focus. And so Vail Resorts have been the longest active weather modification program within the state of Colorado, and it's been cloud seeding for 44 years. So even ski resorts are affected by this. And so unfortunately, due to the economic challenges that we're all experiencing now, Vail Resorts has had some severe budget shortfalls, which forced them to suspend funding. This resulted in approximately $300,000 loss of funding for seeding programs in that central Rocky Mountain regions. We are working to try to replace that funding and continue with that longstanding program. In happy news, just Monday, I feel like that seems so long ago, but just Monday, Andrew Rickard and Eric Skye deployed a radiometer in Winter Park. It was deployed right next to the Vintage Hotel at the base of the ski mountain. And this instrument is used to identify supercooled liquid water in the clouds, and it will greatly help with weather modification forecasting. So that's in positive news. Oftentimes when we're in budget crisis, we have to employ our best resource, which is the human resource, and do a lot of the work ourselves. And I am proud of the team across CWCB. They always step up, but this is such a critical time, and I am not surprised, but everybody in the agency has stepped up. So moving on a little bit to some Colorado River things. I, under my signature as commissioner, to the UCRC, sent a letter to the Bureau on Friday, based on the request of the analysis of a 7D review. You'll recall that's the look back. So we sent some comments to the Bureau on that. Also, you will be hearing about demand management during this board meeting, and I have to thank Amy Ostick and Greg Johnson for their extreme work on that, along with multiple people across the agency. But as we talk about demand management, I want to remind everybody that it is one of the tools in the toolbox. It is not the only tool. And so as we look forward, we'll use all of the information that we gain from that, and as we look forward to the renegotiations. My intention is to vehemently protect Colorado water users and the entire upper basin as we think about moving forward. But we also want to do that in the way that's worked best for us, and that's in a collaborative process, and really be focused on what I think this agency has become a leader in, and that's that public outreach and really working with our public and the stakeholders across the state. In other good news, we did hire a floodplain mapping manager. That you'll recall that Twee Patton left on September 4th. Again, thank you to Twee for all of her years of service. I say that on behalf of the entire agency, but specifically Kevin Houck. But we are pleased to announce the hiring of Terry Feed, a longtime employee of Mile High Flood District. So she's got the background that we need. She brings 36 years of experience to the position, both in the public and private sectors. She's a licensed engineer, certified floodplain manager, and we are familiar with Terry, and we're very happy to have her on. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Marta, who in that section really filled in during the rough months where we had nobody in there, especially at a specifically hard time with things that were happening across the state. So with that, I will end my presentation unless there's any additional questions.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 4D. Director George.
Thank you, and good morning again, everybody, and also good morning to our public friends who are listening over the internet, or some of you are with us here in the virtual meeting. So we're always glad to have you participate, and we love to reach out to you. In fact, that's the whole thing about IBCC is exploring how do we reach out and how do we make it better and easier for the public to reach in. And so that's a theme you're going to hear again and again today, as well as every time we talk about IBCC, because as you know, that's its reasons for existence. But the first piece of good news that I wanted to share with you today is that we have met our statutory obligation to publish an annual report. It's due at the end of October every year, and we certainly succeeded there. We're calling it the Interbasin Compact Committee Annual Report. We submitted to CWCB on the 31st, I think. I don't know whether all of the directors have seen a copy or have been referred to it. You probably can't see this at all. I just wanted to show you it's even beauty in its aesthetics. You don't even have to read it if you want to enjoy it. That's a tongue-in-cheek, I suppose. But we are proud of it because we're proud of the work we do. And the other nice thing about it is that, at least for me, is that because of the position I hold, I get to have my picture on it somewhere there. See? That the history has always been that the director sets the tone and explains how the year that we're reporting on has attempted to meet and maybe exceed the policy goals that have been in force since IBCC was conceived and became law. If you don't know it yet, you really need to know that there's an anniversary for IBCC. This is our 15th year of continuous life. And so we took that point in mind, and a big part of the report is to look back and refresh in terms of policy goals and intentions, and then that the report has quite a lot of that in it. And the best part of being able to research and return a little bit to a history explanation is that we get to quote the great John Stolp. And we picked up, of course, the statement that you've all heard many times, where in his best statement, he reminds us of the loop of interbasin compact, that our goal had always been and continues to be, how do we help? How can we be a part of what goes on in the basin roundtables? And then nurture the roundtables to come back to IBCC and say, how can the roundtables nurture and help IBCC? All together, then, how are we better serving the water interests of the people of Colorado? And so he said it in some beautiful ways, that you can't do just the local or just the state, that IBCC has intended and tries to assure that we're always doing both at the same time. And so we give you some examples of how that has been done. We go back to the first year and bullet point the big things that IBCC has done in some of the years since 2005. And then the rest of it is that we wanted to then go forward and tell where we intend to go. Times change, needs and goals change. And so the key part of the report is the highlight of IBCC's 2020 goals. Well, 2020 means start the work on these goals. So they, in some cases, will be a number of years of work. And so I'll just tell you what they are. And the reason I'm focusing here, because this is the lead over to the meeting, our last meeting in October, where we had used a survey to reach out to the roundtables, the public, and say, what do you want us to keep doing? What's important to you? And that result shows in the report. And there's no surprises here, but we were trying to be sure that we knew, had asked, heard, and knew and understood what our folks out on the ground were wanting to do. And so they, of course, did advance a number of items in no particular order of importance, we've learned, because it's all important. So drought and climate change impacts would be on anybody's list these days. You know that equity and demand management was going to remain as an ongoing effort, which of course means Colorado River issues will be with us at a high level of importance, as well as scrutiny and work. That we know also suggests that forest health has to be right in there as a focus. Others had said that we should continue to work on regional planning and try to make a determination. Is there some project that is begging for attention that focuses on a regional planning concept? And then in the main list, it was pointed out that we can't forget that anything that we try to do is going to require the investment of resources from someplace. So funding and sustainable funding sources is on that big list, as it is for everybody's list. We've already started some more conversation today about how the state's budget will play a role in that. And it's going to continue to make important the work that IBCC has done for several years, along with several partners, including For the Love of Colorado and other coalitions. That work's going to continue. And the necessity just increases as the drought impacts us harder. Other items that folks wanted us to talk about was, don't forget that state-of-the-art and alternative transfer methods needs to be examined constantly. And of course, to remember that the water plan is also having an anniversary. It's been 5 years since that work started. And as we all remember, that's a totally ongoing, never-ending process. When you stop updating the Colorado plan, that's when it begins to die and the planning becomes dated. And so it's a regular, ongoing effort. So that is the report. And if you haven't had a chance to look at it, please find it and take a look. It's only a couple pages. We've been respectful of your time, but it's a very good comprehensive summary of who we are, what we want to be, where we've been, and where we would like to go as our part of this most important issue for the state of Colorado. So the meeting itself, as I'd already alluded to, was on October 21st. And just by way of summary, if I could describe the success of the meeting in a couple words, I think I would say this is the IBCC meeting where we really learned how to talk to each other the way we should in a virtual format. Everybody weighed in, everybody had important things to say, got lots of interchange and back and forth. And of course, we believe that that's a beautiful thing. And IBCC's soul really nurtures and encourages and needs that to happen. So those of us that were there, and so I know some of you fellow directors were there, and I thank you for your attendance. And it seemed to me that we all felt very good about the conversation. Now, it isn't just enough to talk to each other. We have to then try to organize, what did we hear? What does that mean? How do we make more from what we've invested in terms of our thinking, ideas, and interchange? And how do we do that? Well, as you know, in the past, we've had a stenographer present to take almost verbatim notes of the conversations, and we've become famous for the longest set of meeting minutes known to humankind. Well, those days are over. We've increasingly felt concerned about trying to summarize those kinds of conversations, and we finally realized you shouldn't summarize, because all of the pieces and parts are equally important. When you summarize, you have necessity pick and choose. And when you pick and choose, it matters. Did you get it all? Was it fair? And how do you assure that? So with some encouragement from a few folks from the public and our own internal imaginings, we thought it was probably time to change our format for the meetings to try to nurture what I'm talking about. So this was the first meeting where we decided, okay, we're going to simplify, and the first thing we're going to do there is try to reserve or conserve our costs, our financial resources. So staff stepped up and said, look, we'll we'll do the work of organizing and facilitating if we can, knowing that we're not particularly professional, and the professional facilitators are really worth their weight in gold. We know that. But we thought, well, let's try it. Let's see if we can do that. So it allowed for a little bit less formal way of managing the flow of information. So we did that first. And the other point that had been suggested to us, which we chose to follow, was instead of taking minutes, why don't we just use the electronic system that's available to us in Zoom and just record everything? Now, we'd been reluctant to do that without people knowing, because some people like recording, some people don't. And sometimes you get a little different input when people know that they're speaking for eternity than when you're not. So it's all recorded. There are no minutes, but you can get to the whole meeting on the website. Of course, it takes more time to be a part of what occurred, but it's all there. And then the other thing that we did that I really like is we did create a type of summary where we list what the points were, where they fit on the agenda, who had what to say, and then if there was action taken, what was the action. And all of these changes were put up for the vote because the bylaws and charter do provide for the membership to be able to weigh in. I think it's always a supermajority vote. That was all done, so that was clear, and it was also a way of reminding ourselves we do have rules and we need to stay with them. So you can get the summary and quickly see how the agenda flowed. But the other thing that you can do with Zoom, which we have chosen to do, is really fascinating. And in this summary that I'm telling you to look at, we call it attachment A log. So wherever anyone had inserted information in chat for the public, for everybody, we've printed the log. And so for our meeting, and that does turn out to be several pages, but for our meeting, that is rich with the tone and the tempo and the meat of that conversation. So all of that, I think, is changing for the greater good. One important point now I want to say, and this is about PEPO. The House Bill 1177, as you remember, sets up PEPO and gives it a specific statutory function. And over the years, a lot of good work has been done with the public outreach and participation. And I've always been grateful to the people who volunteered their time and have kept that going. And so the roundtables have embraced from time to time, either more or less, depending on circumstances, the duties that they have under PEPO to be sure that the general public is being included. And so we held a joint meeting with PEPO this time. The morning was our IBCC meeting. The afternoon was the PEPO coordinators, and everyone agreed. Let's step up the involvement of IBCC in helping the PEPO folks achieve their mission. And several of our members agreed to be liaisons between IBCC and the roundtables. And we asked everyone to go home, step up the conversation on PEPO. So think about that and help us with that. All of our issues that we have today are just increasingly in need of broad outreach with the general public. That's no surprise to anybody. We've been doing it everywhere we can. So I just wanted you to know that IBCC really gets that and is highlighting that as one of the most important things we could do going forward. So that's a lot, and I'm sorry to take the time, but we've done a lot. We're doing a lot, and I'm grateful for everybody's participation. Questions for me?
Thank you, Director George. Are there any questions for him?
Just before you run off, I know Jim Yawn's going to demand that I do this, but can you see what that is?
We can see what that is.
Yeah, the 2021 Old Farmer's Almanac is out. And Jim would never let me close without telling you what the forecast was. Jim? So on page 96, I won't show you the picture, but I will tell you that the entire Colorado River Basin is the same. And it is defined as, this is the winter coming now, snow pelting, then melting. That's your weather forecast. Now, if you're on the east side, eastern Colorado, and I think this includes San Luis Valley, Rio Grande Basin, it's described this winter as it's snow time. So now you have it after, let's see, this is 1792. So it has historical credibility. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director George. We'll move on to item 4E, Director Greenberg.
Thank you, Director Hawkins, and great seeing everyone. Always love the bridge of the Farmer's Almanac to my update. That has now become my question for you, Director George, what the Farmer's Almanac is going to tell us for next year. Because we're going to need it, and hope it pans out to be the case, that we get plenty of snow. Of course, we're in the same boat as all of you in dealing with a lot of the same issues out there. So I just want to give an update about the state of play at CDA, about what's going on in the ag community, and kind of our vantage point on the wildfire and drought situation. Of course, we're mid-November now, wrapping up growing season. In a lot of places, we actually had a good year, not without struggle by any means this year for our producers, but it's been pretty heartening just watching the harvest come in, watching folks just keep doing what they do through a year like this and figure it out. Now that, of course, is what farmers and ranchers do every year, but this year we've got COVID on top of wildfire and drought, on top of trade issues, on top of overnight pivots in business and marketing. We saw that back when restaurants shut down. A lot of our producers had to just figure out new business models almost overnight. And some of that has stuck. We've seen some of that demand that shifted early on, that's created new market opportunities, and we're really trying to firm those up even beyond COVID. For our team at CDA, we're still remote, just like most of us. And, I think what I thought would take us 20 years to figure out took us about 3 weeks this year in terms of getting ourselves home and keeping our continuity of operations and our business services moving. It's been just an incredible team effort. We're still figuring out what the future holds, but we know we're capable of much greater flexibility. We're also really looking at what more services at CDA we can move online. We've done some of that this year, but we're going to continue doing that just to make sure we're as accessible as possible to those we serve. When it comes to our COVID response, we're still activated at the EOC as a supporting agency. We serve in the Emergency Support Function 11 over there, and Dr. Maggie Baldwin, our Assistant State Vet, is our current lead. But we've also got a lot of internal teams that have been working across the food and ag supply chains and with partners all across the state. So we've got our supply chain team, our ag recovery team, our whole emergency response team, and we're really trying to be as nimble as possible to address issues as they come down. So we've been able to solve a lot of problems by having a deep bench and some just phenomenal team efforts going on to respond and support partners in the field and across agencies who are doing great work when it comes to COVID. Despite the pandemic, we had some major successes. I don't remember if I've been with you all since the state fair happened, but we actually were able to hold a reimagined state fair this year, which was just an enormous lift. It was obviously different if you were a guest. You were not at the fairgrounds, but we had a whole virtual state fair. We were able to hold almost all of the 4-H and FFA events and kept people connected to Southern Colorado. So just another pivot, another overhaul, and another example of being able to do things we didn't necessarily think we could. On drought and wildfire, these are two places where we're getting more and more engaged as an agency. We co-chair the Ag Impact Task Force, which is part of the Drought Task Force. And that's going really well. We have a great coalition there with state and federal partners, as well as partners in the ag community, really thinking about what does the legislature need from us? What does the public need from us when it comes to our task with the Ag Impact Task Force? And that's really, we're set forth to showcase the impact of this drought on ag in particular, the question of aridification. If this is something that we are not just going to move into and move out of a few months later, but that will become more part of our normal life. How do we need to reorient our resources, our policies, our way of thinking to be resilient, to be responsive to needs? Same is true with wildfire. I had the opportunity to be out in Grand County last week. Just phenomenal experience out there, meeting with producers and Extension and others who hosted us. Pretty amazing walking through some of these ranches where all you see is, a brick fireplace and a foundation that's left after these fires came through. And, we were really not all that set up as an agency to be able to respond. I mean, that's really on Dan's shoulders this year, literally, as he was out fighting the fires. And, of course, through the program areas at DNR, but we also really want to be able to be a supporting agency. So I've appointed Les Owen, who's the director of our conservation division, as our wildfire recovery lead. That doesn't mean we're a lead agency. We're not. We know we're a supporting agency. But we get a lot of calls from producers whose primary concern right now is around recovery, revegetation, concerns about spring runoff, erosion, flooding, all the things that you all have mentioned. And so we're just doing what we can to work with actually your teams at CWCB and then local partners to support our ag community through recovery. So just so folks know, Les is leading that, but Maggie Baldwin has also been a lead for us in the wildfire response and remains engaged. My last few items this morning, the budget, of course, has been a big deal for all of us. We also my team just worked so hard to find savings that didn't impact our staff or our programs, and we have been able to achieve that. So finding efficiencies internally, finding synergies with programs that save money, and then also being able to focus on our goals as much as possible. So, just hats off to Dan and Becky and all the others on this call. I know at least I have a sense of what it's taken to get to where we are and make sure we've got, as much muscle as we can behind driving resources toward our goals. We're doing the same at CDA. So a couple of things that we are continuing to move on, despite COVID, despite fire, despite all the rest, is really, again, building our capacity for resilience in our ag community. That's economic resilience, environmental resilience, and so on and so forth. As you know, we've been leading a soil health initiative for the last year and a half. We're really excited to announce that we have a 5-year agreement with NRCS to advance that work so we can bring up to 5 soil health technicians into the state, as well as an urban agriculture technician who's going to help support our farmers and ranchers in urban settings. So that work's beginning. It's also part of a larger effort we have at the department to create an ag climate resilience office. And that's actually one of our requests for this coming session. It's really not something grandiose and new given the state of play. It's about reorienting resources again, taking our renewable energy program, our soil health work, bringing them together under this umbrella of resilience and allowing us to have greater roles in supporting our ag producers, in responding to the impacts of climate change, to taking advantage of opportunities to mitigate climate change, and building potentially new revenue sources for ag as we do this work. So really excited about that. Would of course be a lot of overlap, as always, with a lot of the CWCB's work. And we just need that extra capacity to really be able to capitalize on those opportunities for partnership. Lastly, can't leave without a pitch for Colorado Proud. 'Tis the season for supporting local businesses however we can. And we publish a buy local guide for our food and ag businesses all across Colorado. So, and OEdit is also doing a buy local campaign. A ton of great resources. Check them out. Colorado Proud website. We know how much people are struggling right now. Businesses, individuals, families. Doing whatever we can to support people and promoting all the great work going on remains central to what we do as we help ag stay in business and also help get food to people who need it. So I know times are really tough, and just so appreciate all of you and your continued work. And Director Hawkins, that's it for me this morning.
Thank you, Director Greenberg. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 4F. Director Rein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start by dovetailing onto a couple items from Director Mitchell and Director Greenberg. First, for Director Mitchell, you mentioned that you had hired a new person, and you know that whenever you say something about that, I'm on the edge of my seat because I'm afraid you're going to say you hired someone from DWR, but you didn't say that today. Thank you. And I'd just like to mention that I went to school with Terry Fade at CSU, and so I can tell you firsthand that you made a great hire there. Congratulations on that. Also, regarding the wildland fires that we've experienced, on a serious note, I want to just let you all know that our staff at DWR, particularly people in the Colorado River Basin Division 5 and in the South Platte Division 1, have put together an information sheet that we're about to release, maybe even today, to make available to water users in those areas. And it's really guidance on what you may need to do with your well if your property was destroyed by fire and your well may have been impacted by fire, just to protect the well structure and protect the groundwater. And it has other helpful information regarding how you might be able to use your well if you need to reestablish vegetation, and that's in regard to the issue of erosion, sedimentation, et cetera. It's got information on post-wildland fire facilities. You all might recall that in 2015, we had legislation that allows post-wildland detention ponds just to protect infrastructure and drainages from the devastating impacts from runoff in an area destroyed by fire. So, and there's more to it, but we'll actually be releasing this, I think, through a press release through our DNR communications director. And if anybody wants to see that as we release it, I can make it available to the board members. I want to just touch on a couple areas around the state. First, the Rio Grande. Just last week, we had our Rio Grande Compact Commission meeting. It's an annual meeting. It happened in delayed fashion because of COVID, but we accomplished that last week. And while I'm talking about the Rio Grande, Director Dutton, my wife and I attended, so to speak, the Rio Reels Film Fest on October 30th. I thoroughly enjoyed it. If y'all are ever needing something to do on a Friday evening, especially under COVID times, something like that was just awesome. And I think I mentioned to you already, Director Dutton, pass on my thanks to Emma Reeser and the others who did a great job with that. On going up to another corner of the state, the Yampa, I spoke at the Yampa Roundtable last week on November 11th, talked once again about compact compliance strategy and compact administration. And often I'm tempted to apologize if I'm repeating myself, but I find as we talk about that, the value for me and for everyone else is that we need to revisit that discussion frequently. And I had several comments from people that said, I've heard you talk about that before, but this time I understood it even better. So we'll always have that in front of us. And thank you, folks in the Yampa. You're just doing so much hard work, I can tell just by being at your roundtable. I want to touch on one quick item from the South Platte. Just a few weeks ago, our Deputy Director, Mike Sullivan, and I, and people from our Division 1 staff met with some Nebraska folks that really wanted to know how the compact worked. And it was just one of those examples where some of you have heard me allude to the South Platte Compact in the past and how it's a straightforward compact, but we just needed to refresh Kansas on how we abide by the terms. I'm sorry, Kansas. We just needed to refresh Nebraska on how we abide by the terms of the compact. And so we had a good meeting there. There was nothing up their sleeve. There was no contention. We just were able to educate them. On that note, I just want to mention that in Nebraska and Kansas, we have recent appointments of new, the equivalent of a state engineer. We recently heard that Earl Lewis in Kansas was appointed as the new chief engineer. In Nebraska, we've got a new director of the Department of Natural Resources, Tom Riley, who again is somewhat my equivalent. And so we really appreciate those two appointments. They're just two very knowledgeable people, and we'll be able to hit the ground running. I do want to mention, though, with those two people, since 2017, when I was appointed state engineer, we've gotten a new state engineer in Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico. So I don't know whether I started a trend or was it something I said, but they're all very competent people, and we work well with them. And so I think the future is bright for our continued work with our downstream states. Last comment I'm going to make has to do with abandonment. We're continuing with the abandonment process at DWR. And we're working with people in the basin. We continually answer questions, and we're happy to do that. But I think it's a good opportunity for me to just refresh us on the abandonment process and how it's an important event that happens every 10 years called the decennial abandonment. And it's very important to the reliability and stability of water administration and water use in Colorado. I'm reminded of a call I got from a reporter in the southern part of the state earlier, a couple months ago, who asked, is it really a good idea to be abandoning water rights during time of drought? And it was such a helpful question because it really got me to the crux of the questions we have with abandonment. And it's a reminder for us that abandoning water rights is not abandoning water. And I don't mean to talk down to anyone when I say that, but it's a good reminder. The water is still there, but it's not going to be locked up in a water right that has not been used for a long period of time, where there's no intent to use it, instead available to new appropriators. And so I said it's statutorily driven, and the statute really tells us, directs the Division of Water Resources. If there's a water right that hasn't been used for 10 years, then it's presumed to be abandoned. And of course, there's a very deliberate process where that's vetted. And there's a way to overcome that presumption through no intent to abandon. But again, it really just gives the stability and reliability to the process so that new appropriators can appropriate a water right for a good, valid, beneficial use, and know that a decades-old water right that hasn't been used for all that time won't suddenly come online and change the river that they relied on. So it's a very helpful process. And I just want to add one other item to that right now we're working on the Senate Bill 48 work group that calls for Dan Gibbs to appoint a group to write a report on anti-speculation. And through some of our work on that, you all will get this. It's evident that speculation and abandonment can be opposite sides of the same coin, because the premise and the primary tenet of abandonment is that if you are not putting the water to beneficial use and have no intent to, then there's a presumption and a principle that water right is abandoned. And so that really those two go hand in hand with each other, and they're just both very important conversations. So thank you for letting me just talk a couple minutes about abandonment. I think it's good just to refresh our understanding on that. That's all I have, Madam Chair, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Director Rein. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on. Let's move on to 4G, Division of Parks and Wildlife. And I'm not sure, it looks like it's going to be Rob Harris today. Welcome, Rob. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Yes, Director Prenslow sends his apologies that he can't be here today. He and my supervisor, Assistant Director Reed DeWalt, they've got a leadership meeting, and then tomorrow they've got a Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. So certainly Director Prenslow intends to be with us back at the January meeting, and hopefully I think there are fewer conflicts between the commission and this board next year in 2021. So hopefully we'll be staying. So as it often happens, Executive Director Gibbs, did a really excellent job relaying, some of the top of the mind items for CPW right now. But perhaps I can add some detail. So thinking about, assessing damage to habitat caused by Colorado's record-breaking fire season. CPW recently teamed up with the Forest Service to assess impacts to native green lineage cutthroat trout in Trail Creek near Stillwater Pass, and this is right in the heart of the area that was burned by the East Troublesome Fire. The joint crew found severe fire damage to the entire watershed, and sadly, we believe that the entire population of native green lineage cutthroat trout in Trail Creek perished. And this was one of only 4 streams in the Colorado River headwaters area where these native green lineage cutthroat trout were known to exist. I suspect we may have more sad stories like this coming out of the fires as we learn more. On a happier note, and as Executive Director Gibbs mentioned earlier this month, Governor Polis signed an executive order creating the Colorado Outdoor Regional Partnerships Initiative. And this initiative is intended to address sort of the growing strain on Colorado's outdoor resources caused by population growth, climate change, tourism, and just the increasing popularity of outdoor recreation, perhaps especially during these times of COVID when folks are looking to get outside. And through the initiative, DNR, in consultation with CPW and the Colorado Outdoor Partnership, will organize diverse stakeholders to create a statewide vision for balancing conservation with recreation. And, this vision will ultimately inform a more formal statewide recreation and conservation plan. If Director Prenslow were here, I'm sure you would note the initiative's structure takes considerable inspiration from Director George's leadership in developing both the Basin Roundtables and in CPW's Habitat Partnership Program, which I think has existed since the early 90s. So like these forward-thinking forums, we think the Colorado Outdoor Regional Partnerships Initiative will help all Coloradans confront this growing strain on our outdoor resources and strike a healthy balance for conservation and recreation. And then, finally, I just want to thank Director Gibbs for noting CPW's successful soft opening of Fisher's Peak State Park, as well as the passage of Proposition 114, which is certainly going to be a focus for CPW for a while to come. So with that, I'll conclude the CPW Director's Report.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 5.
Good morning. Kirk Russell with Finance Section CWCB. I will be presenting the review of the financial position of CWCB this morning. Vivian, I think I need to share a screen item. Or Viola. While we're working through that, I wanted to talk through, in addition, in November each year, in addition to the report I provided the board of the status of the 2 funds, the Construction Fund and Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund, in November we provide the compilation summary that is done by an outside consulting firm There's been conversations about not requiring that each year, but I think it still provides us another look at how we manage the fund. We are obviously working with a lot of money, and I think there's a benefit in having an outside view of what we're doing. So we will continue to do that until somebody else says, no, you should stop. Those documents are included behind my cover memo, and Lauren Miramont, the loan program accountant, is involved in that throughout the September-October timeframe after the accounts close at the end of the fiscal year at the end of June. I wanted to note a modification to page 79 of that, and it gives me an opportunity to point out where we take note of the 45.5 million that was taken for the general fund budget. And we have that identified incorrectly in there, and we're getting that changed. So on page 78 of your full packet, under the severance tax fund, we actually showed that as a transfer to the loan guarantee fund, which was just one line below it. So we'll get that fixed. But other than that, that information is for you to use or ask questions. And if you had any questions, I've got Lauren Miramont available to provide an answer if there are any. Okay, with that, screen share. Thank you. Okay, I hope you are looking at a spreadsheet, and this is the same spreadsheet that the board sees each board meeting. Normally it's in paper copy when we're together. This did give me an opportunity to highlight a couple cells in this sheet. It is years like this where the budget starts creeping into the cash funds of CWCB that this report is probably more important. As we continue and we're interacting with DNR regularly, I want to thank Anna Moss. She's works very well as a go-between between the loan program and our books and what CWCB's operational balances are and how that coordinates with DNR, in particular with severance tax operational funding and things like that. So all that to say thank you to Anna and Carly Jacobs with DNR, and she spoke to you all at the Finance Committee. So looking at the report for construction fund first, it is the normal business. We start with an unreserved cash balance, and just so that this board and anybody that's in the audience understands, we try hard to make sure that we have enough cash to distribute to all grants and loans tomorrow if they all came in at the same time. And I think we all can laugh at the idea that that would happen overnight, and we would need to get all that money out the door to all of the hundreds of millions of project dollars that we have available. But we try to maintain that as our break-even point. And so as we work through these numbers, that is our goal. And so we start off with an unreserved amount of 41 million, and we start adding money in line 3, 4, and 5. And I'm highlighting that 5.9 million in federal mineral lease because that's down about half of what we're used to getting. I don't have intel on why that is, but we take the forecasts and insert it into our model. The line above that 34 million, I've highlighted it because we have had a significant amount of principal prepaid or contracted projects that didn't take all their money and they closed out with some savings in their project cost. And so that's why that 34 million is a little bit higher, because it becomes principal that's now available. Normally that number annually, we see it in the 20 to 25 million, but we've had some early principal prepayment. Line number, I'll use the spreadsheet number, line number 8, that deauthorization and reversals, that is where the board approved just in the consent agenda item earlier this meeting, where some of that money folds back in as deauthorizations and reversals from previous authorizations that now becomes available for new project funding. Moving down the expenses, because of the way we're looking at things different now, we're actually showing last year's projects bill and the budget proposed projects bill items that the Finance Committee reviewed and items that the board will consider in a little bit here for the 2021 projects bill. And so those are all identified. I've identified last year's projects bill, which is that line 19, which is projects bill 20-1403. I'm showing that as actual current money out the door, or at least reserved in this case, and then our operational dollars. And then the yellow item there is that Tabor Emergency Reserve, and that is funding that we have, that we need to have set aside in the event of an emergency. And it's still unclear whether that's going to be needed or not. We've just assumed through our numbers that it might be taken at any moment here. But I don't have any update on that. But that leaves us with enough money to operate on the 1st of July of 2021, which is, I think, one of the more important items to make sure we have that cash available. So with that, I'm going to move on to severance tax, and we can bounce back to this one if we need to. Very similar story with severance tax. We just don't have the interaction with operations and projects bill stuff. But starting off at about 118 million, we have cash coming in from loans and repayment. Our estimate right now is about 19 million. And then the severance tax number of 5.3 million. And I was thinking while Director George was talking about the Farmer's Almanac, maybe we could solicit some help on severance tax revenue projections from that almanac. Might help us out. Maybe budget for that matter. But that number is at 5.3 million. Our normal, and maybe we'll never see normal again, but our average, our 8-year running average is about 40 million. So we're about an eighth of normal. But we factor that in. We a lot of times say we don't spend that money until we have it. And so we're factoring that in as a projection. You can see the yellow box to the right of it, that 324,000. It's interesting. We're far short of what, halfway or up to 1/3 of the way through the year, and we're still only $300,000 in receipts from severance tax. And it's my understanding that there are a lot of refunds going out the door at the beginning of this fiscal year from severance tax, and so it may take us a while to get that full 5.3 million realized towards the end of this fiscal year. Loan reversals, same story. The board approved in the consent agenda those items that free up some cash there, or free up some unreserved cash there. The highlighted $4 million on row 14 is an anticipated ability to fund new loans at the next meeting or after that. It's interesting. We have already done in the first half of this fiscal year $40 million in new loans. And that is what I would typically say is our average. So we've got a lot of projects that are needing funding, and I like to shout that that's part of stimulation, trying to get money back into a lot of these projects to get things done. So good things out of the loan program side. And then the bottom of that is the impact from the projects bill related to the loans that were approved. And that's just to balance out the numbers that we use. Those were last year's projects bill items for the Art Valley Conduit and the Pueblo Levee project. And then you see the $45 million transfer in line 20. Don't panic, the red $13 million you see in column G, that's just where we will end. Right now we're negative 13 million, but with all of these things flowing in as time goes on, we'll hopefully line up with that zero balance that you see in column D. And I'm confident we'll land about where we need to on that balance and not have any negative numbers at the end of this fiscal year. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kirk. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, Kirk. Oh, Director Felt.
Thanks. Kirk, could you just say a little more about the $30 million Tabor reserve? Like, what what that would be for if it were utilized? 33 million, I guess.
This is likely to be outside of my my global knowledge of how this all works, but we have, through a legislative bill, and I think I even called it out here last year, it was House Bill 201360, because of Tabor. Again, I'm just going to speak it the way I understand it. Because of Tabor, we must act within our budget limits. But if there is a declaration of an emergency, that this 33 million, along with other cash funds that might be available in the event of an emergency, could be utilized to respond to that emergency. And certainly the fires that we've seen, I think, would qualify, and maybe even the pandemic. But it's a response, a quick response with cash funds available. And so we're fortunate that we have that $33 million to generate revenue from Treasury interest, but we've set it off to the side as, you know, it is very possible it could be used this year. There are some years we may be a little bit more cavalier and say we think it's unlikely towards the end of the year, and we take advantage of that. But in this case, it just felt like it was too close to the possibility that we would need to actually release that money out of the fund. And there's always hopes that that would be repaid if it was used. I know that in the fires that occurred down by South Fork, they were needing about $2 or $3 million, and it was similar, and that money came back in as well. So I don't know if that helps, and maybe others would be able to chime in and answer it better.
Well, that helps. I mean, just defining what an emergency could be, and that it could be fairly broadly construed, not just a budget crisis, for example.
I might just add, oh, Dan, I just saw you're off of mute too.
Yeah, Lauren, you can go and I can back you up if you want.
Lauren, could you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. This is Lauren Riss with CWCB. I was just going to add, I think that's a good description, Kirk, but there are a number of funds throughout the executive branch that make up a list of cash funds that can be drawn upon in times of an emergency. And as Kirk said, you know, our construction fund makes up one of those, and the governor is looking at all of those funds throughout the executive branch and is drawing on those as needed, primarily for the pandemic response, to make sure that the general fund can continue meeting its obligations. That's all I was going to clarify. Dan, go ahead.
And I would just, this is Gibbs from the DNR, and I would just add, this is not unheard of. You know, back in 2000, I'm trying to think, 7 or 8, you know, many different agencies had cash funds that were taken to deal with, you know, budget challenges. In the DNR too, you know, CWCB is not the only agency that could have cash funds taken away. You know, could be Parks and Wildlife as well. And as Lauren mentioned, you know, a lot of other agencies and state government too. So it's just something to be aware of.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Kirk, I had a question. I noted Keith's portion of the report on the interest rates and potential for a drop into the negative. How does that affect anything here, or is that something we should be paying attention to on our end as well?
So we utilize a similar index that the Water and Power Authority uses, and it's related to the municipal tax-free municipal bond market rates. This board has the ability to modify its subsidy of those rates. Right now, we chop that base rate in half for agriculture, and we multiply it times 70% for low-income communities. I suppose if push came to shove, this board could look at modifying that number to keep an interest rate higher. I don't see a direct impact to what we do. I agree with Keith, and we're in a similar position that when the interest rates are so low, the fund does not make a lot of money annually in those repayments. I believe this board's mission all along has been a desire to do good things with the funds and not pay attention to how much money we make out of it. And so I believe it's not a concern that I have. A negative rate is not something that we factor into how this plays out. Over the years, as this board knows, we have the revenue that comes tax that helps offset some of those losses but just low interest earnings on our investment. Right now, just to give you some numbers, the Treasury interest rate runs about 1.5%. I think it's down to maybe 1.5%. It was up around 2.25% there for a while. Our agricultural interest rate right now for a 30-year note is 1.15%. And it seems fairly stable at that. I keep saying it can't go lower, and it seems to drop a little bit each go around. But it seems like we've stabilized and maybe actually have risen a little. So again, I think that we're doing great things with these funds for the low interest rate that we're charging.
Thank you, Kirk. And if there are no further questions, we will have our morning break. We are running a little bit behind, so let's shorten it to a 10-minute break and be back here at 10:55. Here is everyone's 30-second warning. All right, welcome back. We are back from break, and let us move to agenda item 6, water project loans. And Cole, I think you're up first. Please state your name for the record.
All right. Good morning. I'm Cole Bedford, CWCB staff for the record. I think I've got control of the PowerPoint here. This is agenda item 6A. It's the water project loan request for the system redundancy and pre-treatment improvements project by the city of Glenwood Springs in Garfield County. This is a bit of a unique loan and project. It's the first of our wildfire impact emergency loans. And I know this morning, I think just about every director's report touched on wildfires. And so I'm going to take just a couple extra minutes to talk through this one in a little more detail than most of our loan presentations, just because I know how important this topic is to everybody. Sorry, I'm struggling with my slides a little here. Sorry, Viola, I'm getting a little bit of lag. All right, well, we'll see if I can stick with this slide here. This is just the project basics. The project's in Division 5. Again, the title is the System Redundancy and Pre-Treatment Improvements Project. The borrower is the city of Glenwood Springs, and the requested loan amount is $8,080,000. As a wildlife impact emergency loan, the terms are unique. The first 3 years of the loan will be at 0% interest, followed by 27 years at 1.80%. And that's the current middle income municipal rate. These are similar terms to those that were offered for the emergency flood loans back in 2013. My contact in preparing the board memo has been Matt Langhorst. He's the Director of Public Works at the city. And I can't say enough about how good he's been to work with so far. He's been responsive, patient with me, and he's totally committed to getting this work done for the community. So among the many other wildfires during this year's unprecedented fire season was the Grizzly Creek fire, which began on August 10th and has since burned more than 32,000 acres. The fire response required evacuating the communities of No Name, Lookout Mountain, and Coulter Creek, and caused a 2-week closure of I-70 between Glenwood Springs and Gypsum. On September 9th, the governor issued Executive Order D-2020-187, declaring a disaster emergency due to the Grizzly Creek fire in Garfield and Eagle counties and related damage to I-70, thereby enabling state agencies to coordinate and make resources available for fire suppression, response, consequence management, and recovery efforts. So in addition to the immediate impacts of the fire, of particular long-term consequence to Glenwood Springs is that the fire burn scar covers much of the watersheds of No Name Creek and Grizzly Creek. And those two watersheds are the primary water supplies for the city. So the pictures here show both the fire as it was burning along I-70 in Glenwood Canyon. And the second fire there shows the burn scar from which extremely sediment-laden runoff is expected come next spring. I've got a second map. Here we go. This map here just shows the extent of the fire and its proximity to Glenwood Springs. And the project, as it's envisioned then, consists of two parts. The system redundancy piece, which will ensure that the city has a reliable supply of water outside of the Grizzly Creek and No Name Creek supplies, and a pre-treatment piece, which will make sure that as much sediment as possible is removed from Grizzly Creek and No Name Creek supplies whenever that becomes necessary. So to the first part, the city has a pump station on the Roaring Fork River here, which draws off the Roaring Fork River. And currently that pump station and supply is only used in emergencies. But they'd like to put in some new pumps and a pipeline that will connect this pump station to the water treatment plant here that will make that supply more flexible, and they can use that in parallel with their existing supply at No Name and Grizzly Creek. And then the second piece, the pre-treatment work, will consist of building a new sediment removal basin. These pictures over here, this is the existing basin and a model of a new one by Carollo Engineers, and they will build that up here at the No Name Tunnel. And in addition to that sedimentation basin at the plant down here, they'll also put in a mixing basin, which will mix both the Roaring Fork supply and the No Name Grizzly Creek supply to make sure that they're getting basically they're supplying the plant with the cleanest supply possible. So I've got the project financials. And the total project cost is estimated at right at $8 million. The loan request is for the entire project cost, though the city is pursuing some grant funding and expects to receive some of it. None of it has been 100% secured. So our conservative working assumption is that the loan will cover the entire amount. So with the 1% service fee, the total loan amount will be $8,080,000. The terms will be, again, 0% for the first 3 years, followed by 27 years at the middle income municipal rate of 1.85%. The financial ratios indicate that they're an average borrower. And I just want to point out that Table 5 in the memo has some footnotes that add some relevant context to the ratios. Uniquely, Glenwood Springs operates a combined water and sewer enterprise fund. That means that their revenues are drawn from fees related to both water and sewer services. And some of the ratios in the table kind of implicitly assume that water fees are the main or the exclusive source of revenue for a municipal borrower's enterprise. And because that's not true in this case, they're not quite as revealing as they typically are. And so I've tried to add those footnotes to add that context. But the bottom line is that we're very comfortable with the city's ability to carry this loan. The collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant and annual financial reporting per policy number 5. And then my last slide here is just the staff recommendation. It's as stated on the front page of the board memo. And if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer those. We do have Public Works Director Matt Langhorst available, I believe, to add just a few words.
Thanks, Cole. First, are there any questions for Cole? Director Schwartz.
And thank you, Cole. Great presentation and summary in the packet. Can you talk a little bit about the water rights in the Roaring Fork? And shows store rights, but just explain how typically the town drawn out of the Roaring Fork? You said it was just an emergency basis. How will that work?
Yeah, so they have, pull that, get that table here so I can reference that. They have rights at Rudai. And the way that that's worked in the past is that, in part, the reason they only use it in emergency is because the configuration of their pipes right now doesn't allow them to use both the Grizzly Creek and No Name and the Roaring Fork supplies at the same time. It's one or the other. And the pumps are also only on or off. And so this new work will give them the flexibility to throttle those pumps, and then this new pipeline will let them work in conjunction. And I believe it's been a couple of years since they've needed that supply, but they have access to it when they do need it. And Matt can add a little bit more context if that doesn't totally answer your question.
So just a question, in the table, you don't have the Rudai rights. And then, of course, we've entered into leasing some of their rights. Just explain how that is going to work together.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to pass that one to Matt a little bit to add that technical detail.
Thank you.
So the way that our water rights out of Rudai are...
Matt, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry.
Introduce yourself.
Matthew Langhorst, City of Glenwood Springs Public Works Director. The way that our water rights in Rudai function is that we basically call the water district and say, hey, we need some water. Go ahead and release part of our 500 acre feet that we have available up there. And we do that in emergency cases. And we also would like to be able to do that in cases of when we may not have enough water coming out of No Name or Grizzly Creek, which is why when Cole brought it up, the pumps are either on or off. Right now, we have 2 pumps down there. They both pump approximately 2.5 million gallons a day. There are times, even in recent history, that we have needed an extra 500,000 gallons of water a day to meet maximum called supply for summer when water is being drawn down or the basins can't supply us enough water. So we'd like to be able to pump from that location up to the plant with a secondary or third actually water source. But the way it works basically is we own 500 acre feet up there. We call a day in advance. Rudai says, okay, we'll release a little bit more water. So the water going down the Crystal and into the Roaring Fork is consistent. And we are able to pull it out at the Roaring Fork pump station. The thing that's not in the list, because it's not done yet, is we own a significant amount of water rights that actually drop into the Roaring Fork. What we were probably going to do here in Water Court over the next several years is actually transfer some of those consistent rights, not just storage rights, but consistent rights to the Roaring Fork pump station, so that anytime we want to turn the pumps on and off, we don't have to call Rudai and do a release. It's nice to keep those water rights in Rudai. We let Rudai use them as they need to over the year to keep fish habitat stable and those kinds of things. So we're going to start migrating probably some of our water rights to the pump station that we own upstream from the pump station. But for right now, 500 acre feet is about a quarter of the water we use in a year. If we could pull that out of the fork when we need to, it would be extremely helpful for us. Does that answer your question at all?
No, Matthew, thank you. And just slight correction. It's not the Crystal. It's the frying pan.
Frying pan. Thank you. Sorry, wrong one.
About that, it's same. It's all similar. But and so I assume that the rate at which the releases will happen won't need much of a collaboration or cooperation with the other entities, given the infrequency or the rate of releases.
No, we basically just send an email to Mr. Miller. He's the one who's coordinating the flows within the river and the releases from Rudai. He releases for whatever duration of time we need him to, and then he turns it back off. We did it during the fire, actually. Since the fire was going, we had no access to our Grizzly Creek, and we had concerns about access to No Name. We actually shut off both of those intakes and completely switched over to Roaring Fork water. And we did a release, and it's really quite a simple process for us. And they keep track of how much they've released, what the volume is, based on our needs, and we just draw down on that 500 acre feet as needed.
Thank you, and great solution. Thank you so much.
All right. Are there any other questions for Cole? And then I will ask Matt if he has other comments. But other questions for Cole? Seeing none, Matt, are there any other comments that you would like to make to the board?
Well, I really appreciate Cole's been great to work with on this project. This is a financial hit that we were not anticipating to take. So the CWCB loan is quite doable for us, and really appreciate it being out there and you actually considering us for it. It is not, these are projects that we have to move forward with at this point. If this was not an option for us, we would be struggling to figure out how to financially make this happen. So we just appreciate you guys even looking at it and it being an option for us. And that's basically it, unless you guys have more questions for me.
Are there any further questions? Director Dutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you, Matt, for bringing this to us, and Cole, thank you for all your work on this. You know, we kind of have our system, and there are all the things that have to be done to check the boxes, and so you're being all cool and classy about it. But I have no doubt that you worked really hard and probably put in some long hours to get this to where it is in a short amount of time. So thank you for doing that, Cole. And you know, when we were talking about moving forward with this program at the last meeting, I think we all agreed this is exactly what we should be doing. You know, we should be finding ways to help the water community in a time of need and doing good projects on the ground. And so just thank you so much to Cole and the rest of the staff for moving stuff like this forward, because I think this is a great project, and it's what we should be doing to help each other out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I would like to move approval of agenda item 6A of water project for Colorado City of Glenwood Springs, and per the staff recommendation.
And Director Young. Sorry, Director Gibbs. Director Young got ahead of you on the chat. So it's been moved by Director Schwartz to approve agenda item 6A staff recommendation. It's been seconded by Director Young. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed, please let me know on the chat. And Director Mitchell.
Yeah, I like to say something after the vote, just to not sway anything anyway. But I think I really want to thank Cole for this, and then Matt for bringing it to the CWCB and allowing us the opportunity to be a part of the solution. I got to get down to Glenwood and hear how nervous they were, and I don't want to say desperate, but concerned they were for all the citizens. And so for us to be able to step in this way is a huge deal, and for them to be taking a loan is something that ultimately is good for all of us too. And so the interest that will come back from that, I know that the first 3 years are a 0% interest, but post that, it does help other programs too. And so this is definitely a win for not only the state, but all the people of Glenwood Springs. So I'm really proud of Cole for his work on this one. I know it was a heavy lift.
Well, thank you. And for the record's clarity, the motion on agenda item 6A was approved. Let's move on to agenda item 6B. And Cole, I believe you are still with us.
Yeah. Yep. Again, for the record, Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 6B, water project loan request for the Carson Reservoir Dam Rehabilitation Project by the city of Grand Junction, which is located in Mesa County. This project's in Division 4. It'll see the improvement of the Carson Reservoir Dam, not the Purdy Mesa flow line. That was the last board meeting. The Carson Reservoir Dam is a high hazard dam, which is an important component of the city's water infrastructure. The city is a repeat customer You can see I used the same template this time around. In September, the board approved a loan to the city for the Purdy Mesa Flow Line project, and the contracting for that is currently underway. The requested loan amount for this project is $3,030,000, the terms for which will be 10 years at 1.00%. My primary contact has been Utilities Director Randy Kim. This is just a simple vicinity map of the project area, and the dam is starred there in red. It was constructed in 1947, and the reservoir's capacity is about 520 acre-feet. It's located southeast of the city. The impetus for the project was a 2017 dam safety evaluation that rated the dam as conditionally satisfactory. But nonetheless, it did raise some concerns. And so to address them, the city is proposing to improve the dam spillway, the outlet works, a drain seepage collection system, some instrumentation, and to install an early flood warning system. And they hope to get all of that work underway next spring. These are the project financials. The entire project cost is currently estimated at $3,350,000. The city is bringing some of their own money to the project, so the loan will cover most, but not all of it. With the 1% service fee, the total loan amount is $3,030,000. Again, the terms will be 1% at a reduced low-income municipal rate for a 10-year term. The financial ratios indicate that they're a strong borrower. Collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant and an annual financial reporting per policy number 5. And then lastly, this is the staff recommendation. It's as stated on the front page of the board memo. And I can take any questions you have. And I believe we also have Utilities Director Randy Kim. She's available to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Cole. Let's start with any questions for Cole. And seeing none, Randy, would you like to address the board? And if so, please state your name for the record. And welcome.
Yes, good morning. Randy Kim, Utilities Director for the City of Grand Junction. And members of the board, I just want to thank you for your consideration for this loan. It certainly will help us proceed with this important project. We've been collaborating with the State Dam Safety Office over the past couple of years on the feasibility and design of the project. And so approval of this loan will allow us to complete the construction next year, which will have a great public benefit for safety for the community, particularly with the new early warning system, which is City of Grand Junction is actually going to be the first in the state to implement an early warning system for high hazard dams. And so that will provide real-time monitoring and communication with emergency management professionals throughout the community, as well as the public in the case of a hydrologic incident that would cause a potential flooding condition. So the loan will certainly help us maintain our low water rates for our customers, which is particularly important because we do have a considerable percentage of low-income residents in our community. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for coming today virtually. Are there any questions for Randy? Seeing none, Director Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move approval on item 6B per the staff recommendation for water project loans.
And Director Brown.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Schwartz to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 6B, seconded by Director Brown. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed, please let me know in the chat. Seeing none, the motion is approved. Let's move to agenda item 6C, and I believe this is Rachel's item.
Thank you. Okay. Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff. I will be presenting agenda item 6C, the Upper and Lower Beaver Brook Dam Rehabilitation Project for Lookout Mountain Water District. And I apologize with the delay here. There we go. Okay, so the project is located in Division 1, the South Platte Basin. It's about 30 miles west of Denver, about 7.5 miles northwest of Evergreen, and it is tributary to Clear Creek and then also the South Platte River. The loan amount requested is $3,535,000 for 30 years at 2.05%. I've been working with Mr. Kyle Schroeder, who's the treasurer at Lookout Mountain Water District, as well as Mr. Dean Snyder, who is vice president of Lookout Mountain Water District. There we go. The district has 2 reservoirs, and you can see here there are a handful of photos that I'm going to go through. The reservoirs are located on Beaver Brook, and there is an upper and lower portion. I've placed the upper Beaver Brook Reservoir on the top row and the lower Beaver Brook Reservoir photos on the lower row. The upper, as shown, is about 397 acre feet, and the lower is 31 acre feet. This project includes the rehabilitation of the outlet works and installing SCADA to the upper Beaver Brook Reservoir and Dam. The most significant part of this project, though, is work and rehabilitation on the high hazard lower Beaver Brook Dam, along with an enlarged spillway work for the lower. The project will protect downstream communities and also reduce storage loss and leakage for operations. Total project cost is $7,750,000. CWCB loan for Lookout Mountain Water District with the service fee, again, is the $3,535,000. The difference will be taken up by a FEMA grant. The FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant funding will contribute a significant portion to bridge the gap of this cost differential, as well as an approved WSRF grant from last cycle for the SCADA system. The district is also bringing some cash. The loan would be at 2.05%. It's a high-income municipal interest rate for 30 years. The collateral is a pledge of the general fund revenues. I guess I'll just step you through a couple of these photos here. You can see from the lower row center photo, that is the lower Beaver Brook Dam, and that was built about 1903, and you can see the face, it's a rock-filled face. The photo off to the right is its spillway, and it was also built in about 1903. Overall aerial is on the far left of the smaller reservoir. And I'd like to ask Kyle and Dean to unmute their speakers at this time. And if the board has any questions we can address, I'd like to take those at this time.
Thank you, Rachel. I will start with questions for you, and then I can call on Kyle and Dean. So are there any questions for Rachel? Seeing none, Kyle, I'll call on you first since you were first on my list. If you would like to speak, please state your name for the record.
My name is Kyle Schroeder. I'm the treasurer with Lookout Mountain Water District. We're a small district. all volunteers, elected positions. This is obviously a very large project for us. These are assets that belonged originally to Golden, Colorado, and they fed their water system through these reservoirs. Lookout Mountain Water District was formed in 1988. We have a lot of infrastructure and challenges in trying to update and improve. This dam replacement wasn't something that was necessarily on the radar a number of years ago. But without FEMA, without CWCB help, it wouldn't be doable. We greatly appreciate the work that Rachel's put in, and we hope we can make this project work better than what we're projecting financially, but we believe this $3.5 million loan is something that we can afford and repay with the property tax receipts that we collect.
Thank you, Kyle. And Dean, if you would like to address the board now, please make sure to state your name for the record.
Great. Dean Snyder, I'm Vice President of Lookout Mountain Water District. Thanks, Rachel. We've really enjoyed working with you, Kyle, and you have put together a great package for us, and we're looking forward. I hope we can look forward to CWCB contributing to this project, as they did a fantastic job with our first project about 4 years ago at Upper Beaverbrook. It was a very, very seamless operation, and we really appreciate all of CWCB's help in making this work, as well as hopefully making the Lower Beaverbrook project work. Again, thank you, and thanks, Rachel.
You're welcome.
And are there any questions for Kyle or Dean from the board? Seeing none, Rachel, please move to staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation is as written here.
Director Yan.
Thank you. Thanks, Rachel. And thanks, Kyle and Dean, for being with us today. We appreciate that you would take the time and to join us here today. And this is a really good loan for us, and we, this is something that we're made to do. So I'm glad that we could help out. The only comment I have is your dams up there are a lot different than the ones out on the plains here. So just looking at the pictures, maybe someday I'd like to see the construction when it's underway. That would be interesting. So with that, I would move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 6C.
Director Brown?
Second.
It's been moved by Director Yan to approve staff recommendation on the agenda item 6C, seconded by Director Brown. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you oppose the motion, please let me know in the chat. Seeing none, the motion is approved. Let's move on to agenda item 6D, and I think this is yours, Rachel.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Okay. Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff, and I will be presenting agenda item 6D, the Kiowa Creek Dam rehabilitation for Orphan Wells of Wiggins. This project is also located in the South Platte Basin, Division 1. It is about 6.5 miles north of Wiggins and just south of the town of Orchard. The loan amount for this project is requested at $148,470 for 30 years at 1.15%. I've been working with Mr. Steve Bruntz, who is president of the Orphan Wells of Wiggins company. A couple photos here of the project. There are 2 aerial photos and then 1 boots on the ground photo. And I'll kind of focus on the larger far right photo there. You can see from this photo that the project is a series of 5 recharge dams. From top to bottom, they're labeled Dam 1 through 5. It's within Kiowa Creek and near the South Platte. You can kind of catch a little bit of the South Platte in the top left corner of that larger photo. These dams are non-jurisdictional, and repair of these dams is strongly encouraged by the State Engineer's Office Dam Safety Branch after the dams have failed multiple times. So the total project cost is $147,000. With the CWCB loan, it's $148,470. It is a 1.15% ag rate, not high income municipal rate. It is for 30 years. The collateral on this will be a pledge of assessment revenues, also collateral that was secured in the company's previous loan with CWCB. The boots on the ground photo there in the center is of Dam 5, and work has started on that dam, and it is the most downstream dam, and you can see it's fairly long and flat from that image. And I believe Steve Brentz is on the phone. Steve, are you there? Well, maybe he lost connection. I guess I'd like to ask if there are any questions. I'd be happy to take those at this time.
Thank you, Rachel. Are there any questions from the board? And seeing none, I want to ask one more time, if Steve is on the phone, you may need to unmute yourself if you are. And seeing none, I think we can move to staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation is as written.
Thank you, Director Yan.
Thanks again, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Too bad Steve couldn't make it on the phone. I just want to let everybody know these orphan wells from Wiggins guys, they were part of the original GASP, of course, and they've been working hard diligently to get these wells up and running again. And they're in an area where it's a little more difficult to get the water supply. So this is very important for them. So I'm glad that we can participate in helping them out again to get their wells up and going. There is water available in that area. It's just a matter of getting it to the ponds and getting them recharge credits back to the river at the right time. So with that, I would recommend, or I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 6D.
Director Dutton.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Yan to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 6D, seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you oppose, please let me know on the chat. And seeing no opposition, the motion is approved. Let's move on to agenda item 7.
Yes, good morning. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief again. We've got 2 items before lunch here. Both of them are mine. The first one is an action item for addressing the loan delinquency action with the Two Rivers Water and Farming Company and Two Rivers Farms F2 Inc. I wanted to show a little bit more about the project and some of the history of where we have come from on this project, and then talk a little bit about a conversation I had this morning with Greg Harrington. And I think before I jump into this, I've got to thank our staff back at the office that are running this. It's amazing how seamless things go, and I know there's a lot going on with all these presentations. I already apologize that I had a late ad, and I'm sure it put all sorts of trouble in their sequence of things. So thank you guys back at the office. You're awesome. And Cole and Rachel and their work on those loans. It's just fantastic, the work that we're getting to see done. I'll see if I can move the slides. I assume I just push the button. It might be that delay. That's a picture as it's shifting slides here. That car, I don't believe, is still in the bottom of that reservoir, but that is Orlando Reservoir number 2, and that was the some of the primary work done with this loan back when Two Rivers applied for the loan and we contracted with him. So stealing Cole's slide, Cole and Rachel's slide format, I thought I'd just put this back into the kind of the nomenclature that we use now. So it was identified as the Orlando Reservoir Rehabilitation Project, and you see the borrower. The loan amount, and I guess I want to point out, some of you may have seen the article that George Smith wrote on this. I worked with her a little bit on just some of the numbers and where we are with the project, and the hope that we can get this worked out as opposed to going through any foreclosure. And to point out, this was originally about a $1.2 million loan. There's only $622,000 left. There's some late fees and some interest that'll probably roll into that, but that's the principal amount that remains on the loan. And as I shared with Jared in that article, this is out of, this 600,000 is out of 400 million that CWCB has in loans in repayment. So just to put that into perspective, we want every penny to come back into the loan program, but I'm just trying to point out where this fits in the big picture of our financing program. Their terms were very good, 20 years at 2.5% back in 2013, I think. Their annual payment is about $76,000. And to put that again into perspective, annually, we receive about $30 million in loans that are in repayment. Again, just some relativeness of this project. And as you can see, they've got about 10 years remaining on that loan, primarily because they gave us about $210,000 when we went through some collateral release back about 3 or 4 years ago. The contact is Greg Harrington. Guess I should have pushed the button in anticipation of the next slide. So hopefully you can get a sense where this is in the Arkansas Basin. So for reference, you can see the Walsenburg call out at the bottom. That red line up from Walsenburg would be I-25. The Orlando Reservoir sits just off the interstate. I think you can actually see the dam from the interstate on, I think that is Horfano River that runs near Orlando Reservoir. And then you can see at the top the collateral that we have that is land, and it was 12,000 acres when we started and contracted with them. It's now down to around 850-900 acres because we released some of that collateral. But that is actual farmland up at that red box. And that's just south of, I believe, Rocky Ford area, just to give you a sense of where we are in the state. So in the contract with this borrower, we had some additional conditions because it was an agricultural interest rate and they had some desire to use this water for other purposes. We required them to provide us an annual report that they would be using this for on that agricultural land. It took a little prodding, but they were able to give us that report annually. In January, this last January, we did not receive it. And then once we got into the March, April timeframe, the report really wasn't as high a priority as it was getting our annual payment repaid. Communications with the Two Rivers folks, and in particular, Greg Harrington, their CEO, was really non-existent until this morning at about 8 o'clock. Greg gave me a call. I did have a goof here. We sent a certified mail document of the board's action at the last meeting, and it had a digit missing in the address. And that certified mail was returned to me a month later, but it had not been received by by Two Rivers. It actually was undeliverable because it was trying to go somewhere else. So we sent that again earlier this month, and it is possible that we've received confirmation that they received that document. I did reach out to Greg by email a couple times recently and voice calls, offering him to join me this morning in speaking to the board. And I guess maybe I should pause here. Is Greg Harrington available on this agenda item? And if so, would you like to speak to the board? Okay, I thank you, Viola. Doesn't see Greg online. So let me continue. The collateral for the loan, which we feel still fairly confident in that we can recover our principal investment in this. We received assignment of the revenue from alfalfa sales. We have not dug into what that would be because we think that it's very possible that our best access to collateral will be the Orlando Reservoir storage rights and the land underneath that reservoir, and possibly the land associated with that farmland that I showed you on the map. Since the last board meeting, we have received title work on those two pieces of property, and we're to receive appraisals here before the next board meeting, where we will process our next steps. And I feel confident that we have enough collateral to cover this loan. A reminder that the settlement that the Department of Natural Resources and the Attorney General's office are involved with as part of the Cacharis Dam removal. And again, there's some history. Those of you that weren't on the board back a couple of years ago, the Dam Safety Branch of DWR worked on removing the Cacharis Dam because it was a safety hazard. They utilized the emergency dam fund it is a subunit of the construction fund. And so that money, which was about $750,000, this board approved the use of, and they are working on getting that repaid by way of Two Rivers, who also is on the hook for that. And an update on that activity, the Two Rivers folks are late on their September and October payments, and I believe those are about $27,000 each. Right before the last board meeting, I reported that they made payment, and Greg this morning when he was talking to me, and by the way, this is the first time I've been able to talk to Greg, he indicated that he paid that out of his pocket right before that deadline in September that we reported to this board. So before I go into the recommendation, let me update you in my conversation with Mr. Harrington. He obviously is concerned about what's going on here. He indicated some complications with my voice messages going to a spam voicemail box. Maybe communication has been difficult for him, but he has indicated to me a desire to make this annual payment up to date by December 1st and wants to work with us to figure out a way to take this note from us and give us the balance of it. I said, well, I am moving forward at this point in time with a recommendation that if we don't December 1st, that we will notify the company that we will expect full payment of all principal that we are owed and any late fees associated with that. And that the recommendation I have had in front of the board in September included some time between that December 1 full payment due and March 1st of 2021, when we would, if we don't, we would foreclose on the collateral and move forward on or move forward in that route. He indicated to me he understood that, and in an indirect way, he was asking what would happen if he does get us the annual payment amount. And I said that I would be willing to recommend to this board, if we clean up what is owed to us by contract right now, which is about $80,000, which includes a late fee and some interest, that I would be willing to request this board to not call the note due on December 1st, because he would actually be, or the company would actually be paid up, but that we would reset this to their annual due date of March 1st, 2021, and that if we don't receive the annual payment on time, that we would start over again at this point and call the entire note due, in essence, on March 2nd, and say, now you've got X number of days. And I think the contract is set up that once they're in default, they've got 30 days to correct it. So I guess indirectly here, I would like to maintain my staff recommendation that if we don't receive our payment by December 1st, we call the note due, which then has a 90-day window for them to provide it. And on March 1st of 2021, we will foreclose on the loan if we have not received all of the funds. I would follow that with a asterisk that if they do pay it, we call off this full payment due on December 1st and set it for, I'll say, March 2nd, 2021, if we have not received their annual payment, their 2021 annual payment by then. So in other words, if they're late next year, we're going to call the note due the next day. So with all that said, I hope there's a recommendation that a board member can understand throughout that.
Thank you, Kirk. And I believe we have a question from Director Schwartz.
And thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Kurt, I guess you're being extremely generous with not moving ahead with the foreclosure, utilizing your time, the Attorney General's time. I guess I'd like to look at the when this loan was approved and its ongoing complications, that this could become a continued use of your time, our time, and it seems to me that what did we not see during that application? I suspect that there may have been some indications that there could have been problems, and secondly, that what's going to avoid us from getting into this cycle? And the best news would be if they could just refinance the note on their own and take it off our books. So that's not a motion. That's a question. What went wrong? Well, what were the indications at the time? How can we avoid situations like this? And how do we, with some assurance, know that this isn't going to be an annual issue?
We go through those questions regularly, not only with this loan, but other loans when they come in. Back when this loan came to us, we were very suspicious, and I'm sure many of the board members have seen the type of collateral that we've taken from our mutual ditch companies. In some cases, it's the actual buried pipe that's getting put in the ground, and some folks might say, well, what value does that have on eBay? And we say, well, it probably doesn't have a lot, but it certainly has been very effective for this board to collect on the loans that we make. And so we have a very, very impressive track record. I think the last loan that we've had trouble like this was back in the early to mid 90s, which was a loan approved in the 80s. And we're not involved with those type of borrowers. And if we are, we would treat them similar to the way this one came in. There was some suspicious. They were trying to bring agriculture back to the valley, which to us is where I felt that we should be involved. If there is an opportunity for us to keep ag productive, but their approach to it was a little bit riskier. And so we went the extra step and actually used collateral that we can market efficiently. Now, anytime you foreclose on water rights and the land under a reservoir, I'm sure there's complications, and there's, as you indicated, there's going to be some legal fees associated with that. And we have been communicating with the Attorney General's office a fair bit in preparation to do that. So I guess all said, I feel good that this doesn't happen regularly. It hasn't happened for about 25 years. But we certainly will learn if we go through this process of foreclosing on this property, maybe where we can sharpen things up a little bit and maybe be more efficient if we do get involved in it. So yeah, I'm sure there's lessons learned and will be.
Director Trick.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me, Kirk. I'm not turning on my video so I can save bandwidth. I'm having some internet issues this morning. So I just want to clarify, I guess I'm going to go ahead and assume at this point that we're not going to receive a payment number one. And if that is the case, then we are required to give the 90 days for them to pay the entire balance. Is that correct? There's no wiggle room on that.
So the contract says that they'd have 30 days to correct it after they are in default. And so if we were to use that as a guide, if we were to say the December 1 is when they must pay in full and they've got 90 days to do that, theoretically, we would make the loan in default on March 1st, 2021, which would give them another 30 days to correct it. I use those dates really just to, I guess, give the borrower some time to maybe rectify the problem. I'm certainly flexible if the board were to be interested in accelerating that or changing that.
Okay, follow-up question. Then what would be, in your mind, the earliest day to initiate foreclosure?
I believe that's April 1, because March 1st, they would be in default of that payment.
Director Anderson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had one more follow-up question, Celine.
Director Trick, I'll circle back to you after Director Anderson.
I don't know about anyone else, but I find it pretty curious that you hadn't had any contact with the gentleman until this morning, when it's going to become before this board. I do have a frame of reference on bad debt. At the water users, we hold a first lien, or we can get a first lien on property when our assessments are past due. We went through one foreclosure in the past. It was before my time, either on the board or as manager. It's a painful process. In our case, we wound up with some property that had very little value. It was eventually bought out of the court by the existing landowners. And the story continues. I filed a lien against them during my tenure here, and it's still a bad debt to the association. I certainly think that if we don't have payment by the 1st of December, we move immediately to foreclose on the property. This has gone on long enough, and we need to protect our funds from this type of shenanigans. And Kirk, I really appreciate your efforts here. I'm not bad mouthing you or your staff at all, but you know, this was a bad debt when I first come on the board 3 years ago, and the stories just continue. I certainly recommend that we provide you with some ammunition to clean this up and move on. you can see what kind of actors are that they are when we've got another debt for breaching a reservoir that they owned. Was a hazard to the people of the Arkansas Valley. I guess that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Anderson. I'll go back to you, Director Trick.
Thank you. I do agree with Director Anderson 100% on the accelerated timeline. So just wanted to make that comment. And then I wanted to ask Kirk, is there any indication that this organization is going to file for bankruptcy? And if so, and if that happens before April 1, have you looked at those consequences at all?
I have not. The bankruptcy question, I'm sure, is still out there. I have not heard any indication that that's going to happen or what that would do to this, but I'm sure it could factor it in, yes.
Director Dutton?
Thanks. I appreciate everything that Director Anderson just said, and I won't repeat it, but I agree. I agree with him wholeheartedly. I also do want to add that while this has been going on long enough, and it's time for us to take some pretty stern and swift action here, I do want us to be cautious and not get caught up in thinking that there's some kind of flaw within our loan program, because I think the fact that this has never happened to us before is a pretty good indication that our staff works incredibly hard to help applicants and to help people with projects that are meeting our mission, but also helping folks find ways that they can fund important projects. And I guess I want us to just be really thoughtful and recognize that while this is an unfortunate situation to be in, it's not at all a black mark on our program. And that even though a lot of the times, the pipe is a collateral, or the actual diversion dam or headgate that we're building is project collateral, those folks have made good on their commitment with us. And so I just want to caution and want us to make sure that we don't start rethinking the program in a way that we punish folks who have acted in good faith and make it harder for them when this is definitely an anomaly. So thank you, Kirk, for everything that you're doing on this. Director Yan.
Yeah. Thanks. Well said, Director Dutton. I just wanted to make similar comments as that, and I agree with Director Trick and Director Anderson that we need to move forward, because these guys have been kind of bad actors for a while, and we don't need to continue that, because I can just see if they even make a payment by December, it's going to be, that's what they need to do, but it's going to be tough for them to get another payment by the March timeframe. So we don't want to play around anymore. But I do want to comment, like Director Dutton said, and just say that this is an anomaly, and the staff works hard to make sure this happens. Anytime that you're in the loan business, you're going to have these once in a while, and we rarely ever have these. So that just goes to show you that we do look at these closely, but there are times that you're going to have this happen. So I'd just like to make that comment. And then I would just ask, if we are moving this along more rapidly, how does that change, Kirk? How does that change your time frame?
Yeah, so let me just roll out an idea. And Lauren Miramont sent me a chat here saying that the loan actually is in default on December 1st. And we can make that determination, but that default is on the annual payment. So I want to be clear that their currently default is on what they owe us, this annual number. My action or request of this board was that you call the entire note due on December 1st, which then really starts another phase of amount of time that we want to give them to pay that back. I believe the steps that we need to take on the entire loan amount will be to notify them that it's all due on December 1st. And then if this board is interested in calling that full loan amount due, let's say January 1st, we'll notify them at that point. And I think after they are notified of default, if they don't correct it within the 30 days after that, so we would be accelerating it by a couple months. I guess that could work. We would just be we'd be shortening this time frame up for full payment due. And in that conversation with Mr. Harrington, and I walked through the original plan here, his statement to me was, yeah, we're gonna do this right away. So again, I'm Mr. Optimistic about this, but if the board's desire would be to move or to actually keep the December 1st payment due, I think the question would be, does this board want to make that happen regardless of whether they make this annual payment before December 1st? Because there's kind of an off-ramp for the company. If they were to make that payment by December 1st, we really don't have this issue until March 1st of next year for their next annual payment.
Director Brown.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments just now, and it gives me something to think about for a second here. But my initial comment was just that I find it unfortunate that Mr. Harrington didn't take the opportunity to address the board today. I think that it shows a lack of responsibility for this issue, and I think that I would have been open to hearing their plan and how they really intended to take a different path than the one they're on, had he decided to address us face to face or Zoom to Zoom, phone to phone. So it makes me less I just lost my vocabulary. I'm sorry. Just makes me less interested in giving them additional leeway. I'll let someone else speak to the plan in front of us while I think about it. Thanks.
Director Felt.
Kirk, I just want to clarify one thing here. If they can we call the loan due on March 1st, regardless of whether they make a payment on December 1st?
I'd want to circle back with the attorneys, but I believe so. I think you can call this note due at any time because they are in violation of the contract currently.
Well, my thought, and I'm prepared to make this motion, but just in a hypothetical here, I mean, my thought is that we are better off giving them till March 1st to clear this off our books. And I think they have the collateral to find other money potentially and do that, rather than, subject our staff and the AG and everybody to going through an actual foreclosure. Much rather just get the money and be done with it than end up with a piece of property that may or may not pan out, right? You almost have to ask the neighbors, it seems to me, when it comes to agricultural properties. So that's where I'm heading more, is just looking at a March 1st date, and they can, if they make the payment, great. If they don't, in December, if they make that payment, great. If they don't, that's fine. We're just going to move forward with cleaning this up. But if you push it to January 1st or something like that, you're not giving them enough time to find other financing and just get it off our books. And I would rather just get the money.
Director Schwartz.
And thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, if the funds come in before December 1st, I still would recommend that we call the loan immediately thereafter, not wait until calling it on March 1st, if I understand that correctly. Call it and then have the loan have until March 1st to completely pay it. So I would not wait to call it. I would call it immediately, because we know that, we don't want to bet twice on this deal. I think that we're pretty clear who we're dealing with, what we're dealing with. And I think it behooves us to have this entity find other financing. And I think the foreclosure is probably unlikely, but I would call the loan and have it due by March 1st.
Director Felt.
Thank you. So yeah, just to clarify, Director Shorts, that's what I'm saying, that on December 2nd, we would say, or December 1st, we would notify them that the loan is due in full by March 1st, and we will be foreclosing beginning March 2nd. That's my suggestion. We're giving them some time, but it's crystal clear what's going to happen. It's not waiting till March 1st to then say, okay, now we're going to do this. We're telling them right up front, this is what's going to happen.
So I want to ask a clarifying question here. I want to make sure we have a clean motion when it comes. Am I hearing that we're not providing an off-ramp, that regardless of whether the payment is going to be, the annual payment is made, we're going to call the loan in full on December 1st? And I wanted to get Kirk's staff recommendation. Is that a recommendation that you would be willing to make to the board?
Yeah, and let me just clarify again that the idea is, regardless if they make this annual payment right, that the board would like us to call the entire note due on December 1st, giving them time. The amount of time maybe still be in question, but I was giving them 90 days to bring that payment to us. So I think the difference between, Celine, what you were trying to clarify and what motion I've got on the table here is that I was actually saying that if they give us their payment, we will call off the dogs here and hold off until next year and then reinstate this paid in full if we don't have payment in time. I think the motion or potential motion that's being proposed here is to, regardless of what we get before December 1st, we want the money paid in full before March 1st of 2021.
Okay, Director Trick.
Yeah, I guess at this point, I'm still kind of confused as to what the motion has been changed to. I would be more inclined to give leeway if we do indeed receive a payment by December 1. But if we do not receive a payment by December 1, then I'm still inclined to accelerate the process.
And just to be clear, you guys don't have a motion on the table yet. I think you are in the process of trying to figure out exactly what you want that motion to be, just to clarify.
Thank you, Councilor Beatty. Director Schwartz.
Sorry, thank you. I do concur that we should initiate the foreclosure in the event we will call the loan, and can you simultaneously call the loan and start to initiate foreclosure on December 2nd or December 1st, given the fact that they're in default?
I guess if I were to answer that, I would assume we would need to give them time after we notify them that the entire loan amount is due, whatever the time is. I guess the board's option here. I guess at a minimum, I would like to give them 30 days to provide that payment before I call or I send another notice that they are in default and we will begin foreclosure on it.
Director Felt.
And Amy, maybe you can comment on this. I don't know if this is really in your wheelhouse or not specifically, but I really think it's to the agency's advantage to not end up with assets rather than cash. And so that's why I've been wanting to give them about 90 days after December 1st to find alternative financing and just pay us off, rather than put them in a position where they just have to sign over the deed on this property to us or something like that.
I have three thoughts about that, Director Felt. The first is that if there is going to be a revised motion, I want to make sure that we circle up with legal counsel to make sure that it is lawful under the terms of the contract. And I think Kurt has spoken to that already, but I want to be absolutely certain that what you guys determine comports with the terms of the contract. We know that the proposed staff's recommendation for a motion right now does, but there's some moving parts in what you guys are discussing that have implications in the terms of the contract. The second thing I want to be clear about, and Kirk, this is really in your wheelhouse, but I am also concerned about the work that it will take in order to bring a foreclosure matter all together, including things like the appraisal of the assets that are subject to the loan. I think Kirk's team is going to need some time to put those documents together. The third thing is that, Director Felt, if you feel strongly enough that staff recommendation is what you'd like to move forward with, at any time you can feel free to make a motion. And then, if somebody agrees with you, they can second and you can go through the process. If they'd like to substitute a motion, they can do that as well.
Well, the one part, sorry, Celine, could I respond to that?
Yes, go ahead, Director Felt.
Yes, the one part of the motion that was verbalized, but I don't really see it written here, is that this question of, well, what if they do make the payment on December 1st? I feel like Kirk was verbalizing that, well, then we'd go to March 1st for another annual payment, but that isn't what it says here.
I heard an asterisk added to the staff's recommendation. So maybe what would be helpful, Kirk, is if you could copy staff's recommendation and add that additional provision to it, then I think we will have clarity around the motion that's on the table.
Yeah,
So here's what I'm gonna.
I'm sorry.
Here's what I'm gonna suggest. I think we have a potential concept that Director Felt would like to move. I'm also hearing that needs some legal review. And with many apologies to the AG staff for asking them to work over lunch, I'm going to suggest that we take a lunch break and that Kirk, you and the AG's office spend a little time revising a staff recommendation, and that we bring this agenda item back after lunch with a staff recommendation that the AG's office has a little bit of time to vet. If any board members are opposed to that approach, please feel free to raise a hand or let me know in the chat. I just want to make sure that we're very careful in ensuring that the motion is legally sound. With that, we are at 12:15. We are at our lunch break. I'm going to suggest that we, since we are asking our staff to work over lunch, that we not shorten the break, and we will come back at 1:00 p.m. All right, here's a 30-second warning that we're about to resume.
Madam Chair, I sent an additional recommendation comment to Mission Control or headquarters there. We'll see if they'll be able to put that up on the screen.
Thank you, Kirk.
Kirk, did you see that they pinged you back and said looks like you forgot an attachment?
Oops.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to let you know I do have a cowbell sound effect. If you need me to do that, just let me know.
Thank you. I have a cowbell somewhere. Maybe I'll dig it out before the next meeting.
That's awesome, Jim.
Kirk, I'll wait for a go ahead from you or Viola before I restart things, since it looks like you're still getting that recommendation over.
Let's try it this way. Might be a little more efficient.
All right, we are back from our lunch break, and we are continuing discussion on agenda item 7. And Kirk, I will hand it back to you. Let's have you reintroduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Kirk Russell with the Finance section, and my apologies to the board. The complication with this loan delinquency issue, I think, is just complex, and it's difficult for us to predict all the workings of it. After reviewing with legal counsel, the Attorney General's office, it appears, and maybe a little bit by dumb luck, that the original recommendation, as it was laid out, took into account some policy items that we have in place to deal with delinquencies, but also incorporates some of the contractual obligations that we as a lender have. And we strongly feel that that original recommendation that was approved by the board in September really laid out the best course of action. Obviously, it isn't real quick action, but it lines up well with all of the tools that we have to deal with. And the premise of it all was that as long as the borrower corrects the current obligation, that we would stop this process of moving towards foreclosure. And staff at this point in time still feels strong that that's our best course of action. I think what I've added to the recommendation is the other situation where they've actually made payment to the board for their last year's payment plus the late fee. And so we are recommending that if they do that, and until this morning, I didn't think that was really an option. But if they do that, we would like to return to the board in January with some legal options and those that are supported by CWCB's policy, and then let the board decide if they would like to exercise those at that time. So in summary, we are still recommending the original recommendation as it was written, but adding a January revisit if they do make payment.
Are there any questions for Kirk? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. So just clarify, in this resolution, are we calling the note and asking for them to refinance it short of foreclosure?
The recommendation I'm providing, if they make payment due currently due, which is their annual payment plus a late fee plus some interest, if they make that payment by December 1st, all of the actions that have been previously been made by the board go away because they have satisfied their delinquency. And then we will return in January. If they don't, then on December 2nd, the following day, we will notify them that the entire amount is due, and they will have until March 1st, which is 1 year after the original due date, to make that right. And then I believe per contract, we still have 30 days after that due date to allow them to make sure they make that payment or of the whole thing. So I guess that's all I can share in my knowledge of how we are recommending to proceed.
Councillor Beatty?
I just wanted to note for the record that I think it's probably incredibly obvious to all of us we don't have a time machine, but the staff recommendation probably should read 2021 and not 2012.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. Director Felt.
I think this sounds like a good approach because I was trying to remember what the motion was I made in September. I think that because I felt like I needed to step up on this one because it was in this basin, but I think we should stick with what we said in September, which is that if it's not paid by December 1st, meaning the what's due and the late fees and the interest, then we will immediately head into calling the note due, and I'm okay with the second paragraph too of holding off until the January meeting just to take final action based on what happens between now and then. So we have a plan to cover if nothing happens. That's already in place. And so I know everyone wants to talk, so I'm not going to make a motion just yet, but I think this makes sense to me. Thank you.
Director Schwartz.
And thank you. And I'm going to go back, and I think that Kurt's, the word he used from the beginning, this was a questionable, sketchy, some comment that I think he has some accurate insights. We've been on this roller coaster. I don't think things are going to change. And we are obligated, our fiduciary role is to put these funds to good use. And so I think that being prepared to call the note in January if we are not seeing the kind of response we need. But in the event that they don't pay by December 1, I just need clarity. What is our action going to be on December 2nd?
So on December 2nd, I will let them know that the full loan amount is due by March 1st of 2021.
And given your experience on financing, refinancing, is that reasonable or is it generous? I mean, I would imagine that the writing's on the wall, they should be anticipating looking for financing, and we're not going through this same scenario with them for the next 5 months. We're giving them till March. It's very generous.
I have only had one conversation with their leader at this point, and it was this morning. And there was an indication that they were going to work hard between now and they really want us out of the way. And I support that. So if I take Mr. Harrington's word for it, they anticipate on getting this paid off before December 1st in its entirety. But I would until March 1st to find a way to do that if they aren't able to come up with it by December 1st.
Director Brody.
I just wanted to clarify if we're simply sticking with the motion that we previously approved, do we need to take another vote, or can we simply move forward based on the board's prior approval?
Technically, Director Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. Go ahead.
Thanks, Director Brody. Technically, if nothing has changed between the September motion and now, you don't need another motion because you're operating under the existing motion. But if there are refinements to what the board decides to do, you'll need a new motion.
Got it. Thank you.
Director Trick.
Thank you. I just wanted to get one more additional clarification point, and I apologize if I've already asked this question and it's been answered, but I need a clarification on it. So, assuming that the payment is not made by December 1, we notify them on December 2nd that the entire loan obligation, late fees, and interest is due. Is the March 1st, 2021 deadline in the contract? Or is that our own internal timeline of what we feel is fair?
I'll respond to that. That is the latter. I believe we could make that due anytime we want after we declare it due, and that they have 30 days to make that, per contract, make that payment. So if we tell them on December 2nd it's due, we need to say a date that it's due. And so that's our option, I guess, how long we want to give them until it's due. And then we have 30 days after that due date per contract for them to rectify the default at that point. And so all of this kind of lines up to that March 1st ballpark date. And March 1st is 360 days since they were late on their 2020 payment. And our policy leads us to that as a guide.
Thank you, Kirk. I'm going to make a quick comment here. As we think about the timelines here, I think we need to keep in mind that we're about to enter the holidays. A lot of us have children at home. I don't want to overtask your staff or the AG's office in setting too aggressive of a timeline here. So I just want to give that note of caution that this is in my opinion, this is important, but I don't want to move so rapidly that we're overtaxing our staff in addressing this issue. Director Trick.
I already asked my question. Thank you.
Sorry. Are there any further questions, or is there going to be a motion, or are we going to keep with the September action?
I guess I would suggest that if the board is not going to force the issue of that bold print at the bottom, I think the action that the board took in September leads us to the same conclusion or guidance.
All right, I'll give a second in case anybody wants to make a motion. If not, we will move on. All right, let's move to agenda item 8. And Kirk, I believe you are on 8A.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. We'll see if we can move a little quicker through these item A and B of agenda item 8. This is the non-reimbursable list that the Finance Committee considered at the September meeting, the virtual meeting. And so before we get into the approval of the items or recommendation for approval of the items, I wanted to make sure those in maybe in the audience that are not clear on how we go about preparing for the projects bill each year. So the schedule for projects bill non-reimbursables is an application due date of August 1st each year. And historically, everything that was approved by CWCB's board needed to go into the projects bill. It wasn't until about 5 years ago that there were a lot of grants that the board was given the authority to provide by way of a single fund, such as the water plan grants, and then the board will distribute those after the legislative approval. So This application cycle but it is utilized for large requests and things outside the routine that the board would consider. So at the September Finance Committee, the staff recommended some items. Those items then are reviewed by the board in November for inclusion in the projects bill, and we submit that to the projects bill sponsors. Then at the January board meeting, we are able to make some adjustments. That is at the beginning of the session, and we have in the past provided the board what that looks like, the projects bill looks like in a draft form, or at least in a outline form, and then we submit that to the sponsors. Real quick, the way we determine how much non-reimbursable money is available each year, we project construction inflation costs so that the buying power of the two funds matches the inflation for projects, so that we have the same buying power next year as we did in this year. And when we calculate that, it provides us with available funds, and the available amount of money this year was determined to be about 6.3 million. And that was taking into account removing the $45 million from the severance tax fund taken from the general fund. Sorry, I'm pushing the button and I'm afraid I'm gonna advance several slides. So that $6.3 million, we considered at the Finance Committee and recommended approval of the items listed 1 through 5. And those items were recommended to be approved in block without a individual presentation to the board. Certainly, if there are any desires from the board for us to answer any questions on these, staff is available to do so. I did put a red asterisk there to avoid confusion. The litigation fund is that we do this annually, and we set aside $2 million for legal support from the Attorney General's office for compact issues. And the AG's office comes in front of the board in May, and in this last May, the board approved 1.5 million. So that 1.5 million is being spent this year. And so each year we go to the projects bill and request coverage to $2 million. And so the total of 3.25 million is staff's, oh, I pushed the button. That is staff's recommendation, and I'll take any questions if there are any. Let me back up one slide.
Are there any questions for Kirk? Seeing none, Kirk, that was really helpful, and you can proceed.
Staff recommendation for agenda item 8A. I think we need action on 8A.
All right. Director Brown has moved to approve agenda item 8A. And that has been seconded by Director Felt. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you oppose the motion, please let me know in the chat. And seeing no opposition, the motion is approved. Let's move on to agenda item 8B. And Kirk, you're up again.
Thank you. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Agenda item 8B. And I'm waiting, there we go, the slide to advance. Agenda item 8B, every year at the Finance Committee, when we depart, we request that some items be put in a block, such as the one the board just approved. And then there are those items that need additional consideration and a presentation to the full board for consideration. And this particular item, 8B, and the only item under this category for a presentation is the San Luis Valley Confined Aquifer Recovery Project. The applicant is the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, and over the course of the last couple months, I know the folks in the valley have been working hard to figure out how to purchase this property, how to accept a potential grant from CWCB and other sources of funding. So I think Emma Reisner is going to speak after I kind of lay the groundwork to this application. But in general, I've put some bullet items here. It will help purchase the North Star Farm, which is land and water rights. And the portion of this that is water right related is about 14.5 million. And really the goal of purchasing this land and water is to remove about 8,000 acre feet of groundwater pumping from the confined aquifer in the San Luis Valley, which has been a very difficult task for the folks in the valley to try to get that aquifer to a sustainable level. The application does include the multiple benefits beyond agriculture and municipal. It also has an impact on wetlands and upland habitats with some wildlife refuges in the area. The $3 million request is about 15% of the total funds that will be needed to purchase this. And the district and those involved have indicated that there may be a need for a future loan to offset some of these costs, and they just wanted to put that marker down. I'll pull up a map. It's maybe a little bit hard to see, but in relation to the San Luis Valley and the Alamosa area, the property is near Saguache up here. Here's Alamosa. And so with that, I guess I would invite Emma to speak on this project.
Kirk, thank you for that presentation. Director Dutton would like to make a comment first, and then I will call on Emma.
Thank you, Kirk, and thank you, Director Hawkins. I just wanted to lay up a little bit of groundwork or additional groundwork before Emma speaks. We're kind of trying to pick up some slack here. The plan was to have Emma Reesar, Cleve Simpson, and Nathan Combs join us at the meeting, but Cleve couldn't make it because of a family emergency, and so he had planned to share with the board, and so I'll do that for you. He had planned to share with the board that, you know, there's been this incredible group of people working on this project and on this, you know, larger effort to reach aquifer sustainability. And the Rio Grande Water Conservation District had taken lead on putting in an application, but kind of with the assumption that maybe they would just be a fiscal agent or a placeholder, because with Tabor restrictions, they aren't able to receive a grant of this size. And so through more discussions with our partners, we settled on the most appropriate entity would be the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation, which is the fiscal agent for the Rio Grande Headwaters Restoration Project, which Emma Reesar is the executive director for. It would be appropriate for the foundation to receive the funds, as they don't have any of those restrictions and have been an incredibly valuable partner. And so I just wanted to be incredibly clear about why there's a little switch between what you have in your packet as the applicant and what we would propose, or who we would propose moving forward, just so that we're all on the up and up there. And so I'll kick it over. Emma and Nathan are here to talk a little bit more about the project and to answer any of your questions today. So thank you guys for joining us. Emma, are you here? There you are.
Hey everyone. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Kurt. And
Emma, I'm sorry to interrupt. You need to state your name for the record and welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. My name is Emma Reesar, and I'm the executive director of the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation. And we're the applicant for the project, like Heather mentioned. We've been involved and really excited to be a partner on this project with all of the entities working in the San Luis Valley. And this project will be a huge benefit to the San Luis Valley by retiring the confined aquifer, 8,000 acre feet at least of annual pumping to the confined aquifer will really make a great strides in meeting sustainability and balancing out groundwater supply with demand here in the San Luis Valley. And not only will this benefit the ag community, the farmers and ranchers that depend on the aquifer for their livelihoods, but it will also benefit stream flows and wetlands that are hydrologically connected to the aquifer. So really, thank you so much for considering this application, and Nathan can talk a bit more about some of the other details of the project.
Thank you. I'm Nathan Combs. I'm the manager of the Conejos Water Conservancy District and the chair of the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. This is a big project. I mean, we put numbers on paper and we put some commas and some decimal points, but this is a huge project for our area, especially for the sustainability issues. We are looking at multiple partners, multiple participants. One of the biggest things, apologize for the phone, that's not my office. One of the biggest things is the collaborative effort that we're getting on this with the environmental community coming up and helping us. Colorado Open Lands has come to help us with conservation easements, with the whole collaborative effort. Some of the concerns that we want to kind of put to rest are, this isn't a buy and dry. This is more of kind of similar to what we're trying in the state for demand management. You know, rather than send water downstream to a reservoir to build a credit, we're trying to put it in the reservoir under us in our aquifer. We're trying to build that long-term sustainability for ag and the community and our environment here. Really do appreciate you guys taking the time and helping us with this, and Kirk did an excellent job of laying that out for us. We appreciate this help. This is a very heavy lift for all of our basins. I hope you recognize, if you don't know where I am in the state, I'm clear at the very bottom of the basin. So the physical benefits of this will be very minimal to our district, but my board was adamant that we be involved in the concept of becoming sustainable here in our basin. So we really appreciate you taking the time to hear us on this and to present this as it is. So thank you. And if you have any questions, obviously we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Nathan. And I will start taking questions. I see Director Schwartz with her hand up.
And thank you, Nathan. And thank you for the presentation. A quick question. If this land is pulled out of pumping production, how is that going to affect the function of the sub-district in that area? And the funding, obviously.
So the actual water will be of a direct benefit to that sub-district because it lies within that response area. So they'll get the biggest benefit of their aquifer recovery. Their sub-district it's not going to be big enough to fund this whole project, however. And so that's the collaborative effort and the Rio Grande Restoration Project, the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, San Luis Valley San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District, and the Conejos Water Conservancy District stepping up to help what will be of a benefit to that northern sub-district.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Director Brown.
Thanks, Nathan, for being here. How many people do you think this project will impact once it's completed, assuming it is completed?
Wasn't ready for that question. I guess all the residents of the valley, you know, all 40,000 of us. But as far as a statewide benefit, if we can get the land ownership transferred to an agency of the state to have some recreation there's the tourist component. But this project honestly does affect everyone in our basin, which maybe not a big population, but we think we're pretty important.
No, that's great. That's plenty of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments here? Director Anderson?
Yeah, no, this is a fine project. I salute you guys for thinking outside the box here and helping yourselves, and certainly support your efforts. I want to watch it to happening, and just really salute your efforts, and thank you for bringing it to our board.
Director Felt.
Thank you, Director or Chairperson Hawkins. Since I'm still in my first annual cycle here, I just want to make sure I'm clear, Kirk, what we're doing, that this is going to be a recommendation to the legislature to put this into, basically to put it into the budget as an appropriation. Is that what we're doing?
That's correct. So each year, as this board recommends projects bill items, we will push that up to the sponsors, and certainly they have final control over what is or is not in the bill. But this would be included in that list of appropriations, making the money available on July 1st of 2021 for the applicant to utilize for this purpose.
Thank you.
Kirk, have you provided us the staff recommendation yet?
I think that's on the next slide.
All right.
So staff is recommending approval of, and it's a little clumsy here in that the evolution of the applicant, we might want to polish this, but I guess I'm going to recommend that this non-reimbursable investment is changed from the Rio Grande Water Conservancy District to the Headwaters Restoration for the purchase of the North Star Farm as part of the Confined Aquifer Recovery Storage Project for inclusion in the project's bill.
Kirk, I think you cut out right when you were saying the name of Emma's organization. Would you mind repeating that?
Yes, so I would like to recommend or change the recommendation to remove the Rio Grande Water Conservation District to the Rio Grande Headwaters Restoration. And I think that's the full name. Am I correct, Emma?
Yeah, it's the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. It's a long one.
Thank you, Kirk. Director Dutton.
Thanks everybody for the great discussion and the kind comments. We also believe that this is a really great project. It's going to have an incredibly broad and powerful impact on the valley and on our basin, and hopefully on the entire state. And so with that, I would move staff recommendation with the amendment of the applicant to be the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation.
All right. Director Dutton has moved to approve the amended staff recommendation on agenda item 8B. It's been seconded by Director Schwartz. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed to the motion, please let me know in the chat.
Sorry, before the vote happens, I apologize. I had a note and I forgot to disclose. I am a non-paid board member of the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation. And so just wanted to, for the record, get that out there that I do not believe that I have any kind of conflict, since I am a full-on volunteer of that board and do not stand to gain anything financially. However, I disclose that. So sorry for the last second jump in there, Director Hawkins.
Thank you. And I have seen no opposition to the motion, so it is approved. We can now move on to agenda item 9, and I think Amy Ostick will be joining us for that.
Great. This is Greg Johnson. Can you all hear me?
Oh, hello, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. So I will be kicking this off and then actually handing over to Amy and Michelle as well. So we have one slide that should be coming up in a minute here, but I'll just go ahead and get started. So first of all, I just wanted to note that this is an informational item only, so no direct action is requested of the board. And then I really wanted to reach out and thank all the board members for the recent discussions that we've had that included this particular item as to how we're moving forward with numerous issues and developments on the Colorado River and how to best update you all and the public at large with regard to this. Also wanted to thank Director Mitchell for giving a number of updates this morning in her director's report. This is really the first of a number of more regular updates on Colorado River issues that we plan to provide to the board. We really want to keep this at a very high level to give a broad overview on Colorado River issues, such as hydrology and various technical updates that you heard about today. We're also working on a broader communications effort that will include regular written updates for broader distribution, along with improvements to the website and things like FAQ documents. So stay tuned on that front as well. We really hope this information helps put things like our discussions around demand management in the context of everything else going on. And you'll note that there are many, many things going on. So we really want to give you the flavor of kind of what that universe of things are with regard to the Big River. So today I wanted to welcome Michelle Garrison and Amy Ostick to give updates on recovery program funding, the Glen Canyon Dam Adaptive Management Program, and some other technical issues as well. We've got a handful of other staff as well that can be available if there are questions. We will have time for some questions at the end, but again, we are trying to keep this relatively high level. So with that, I will hand over to Michelle Garrison.
Thanks, Greg. This is Michelle Garrison, CWCB staff for the record. In terms of environmental program updates, the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and the San Juan River Recovery Implementation Programs have provided Endangered Species Act compliance for over 1,250 water projects for roughly 3 decades. And we're nearing September 2023 when congressional authorization and the cooperative agreements for both of those programs are set to expire. In addition, the annual funding that has been provided by Colorado River Storage Project Act hydropower revenues is projected to decrease beginning in fiscal year 2023. And so staff has been actively working with program partners to evaluate possible funding sources, projected expenditures for the program after the year 2023, and to develop a proposal for reauthorization, a report to Congress, and to put together all the necessary components we need for the accompanying agreements and then the necessary environmental assessments. Reduction in available hydropower revenue and the COVID-19 budgetary impacts to many of the program partners have impacted these post-2023 funding strategies and discussions, but we're continuing to work towards reauthorization. The states are also working with Reclamation to understand any impacts to reservoir storage and Lake Powell inflows from the reservoir releases that are made to benefit the recovery program so that we can properly account for those when we're looking at Lake Powell storage and release considerations in the future. The Glen Canyon Dam Adaptive Management Program monitors and evaluates natural and cultural resources below Glen Canyon Dam, notably within the Grand Canyon. The program recently completed its triennial work plan and budget for 2021 through 2023. Post-2023, this program that also receives hydropower revenues will likely be impacted by those same reductions in available revenues. In 2020, the program conducted summer flow experiments to support macroinvertebrate production, but did not implement any fall beach building high flow experiments due to insufficient sediment. The program is considering for next spring or the following spring a flow disturbance that would involve ramping up to the maximum power plant capacity at Glen Canyon Dam and ramping back down, and then researching and monitoring the impacts to all the relevant resources. For technical updates, I'm going to talk a little bit about the hydrology and storage in the basin. Water year 2020, as you all know, in the Colorado River Basin was marked by a dry autumn, near to above average spring snowpack, and then persistently warm and dry conditions throughout the entire summer. Extreme to exceptional drought conditions developed throughout the basin. Water year inflow into the Colorado River Storage Project Act reservoirs ranged from 40% at Navajo Reservoir to 92% at Fontenelle Reservoir. And in general, the southern basins were drier and the northern basins weren't quite as dry, although it was dry everywhere. Blue Mesa received 64% of its average inflow, and Lake Powell received 54% of its average inflow. So So in general, storage in the upper basin increased a little bit in 2019 with the wetter conditions and decreased in 2020 with the dry conditions. Lake Powell released 8.23 million acre feet to the lower basin, and its storage elevation dropped approximately 20 feet throughout the year. The 10-year cumulative flow at Lee Ferry remains around 90 million acre feet, which is well above the levels that would cause concern regarding compact compliance. Lake Mead's storage elevation remained relatively steady in 2020 due to ICS and DCP ICS contributions from entities in all the lower division states as well as Mexico. So we had water users in all of those states and in Mexico leaving some of their water in Lake Mead to help keep Lake Mead from dropping. Predicted 2021 releases from Lake Powell will range from 8.23 to 9 million acre feet, dependent on both hydrologic conditions and expected inflows into all the upper basin reservoirs, as well as expected ICS contributions, saving water in Lake Mead. The 2016 demand schedule for the upper basin is being implemented in CRSS. The states have been working with Reclamation to work on getting those demand schedules put into the CRSS model for use in their upcoming modeling. And we are also starting to work with them on coordinating development of the 2021 demand schedule. They've also been making some other updates to CRSS, and staff will continue to work with Reclamation and the upper basin states on questions about the best modeling and how to put those demand schedules together to create realistic results as we move forward in looking at the interim guidelines. With that, I'll say that both Brian McPherson and Jojo Law are here as well as myself to answer any questions you have about those environmental programs or some of the modeling and other technical details. And I will hand it off to Amy.
Thank you, Michelle. And thank you, Greg, for kicking us off. I have just one very brief.
Amy, could you please introduce yourself for the record?
I would think I would remember that by now. I'm Amy Ostick, CWCB staff at Federal Interstate and Water Information Section. So I only have one very brief additional update here, which is that, as many of you likely know, Reclamation has released its 7D report, the effectiveness review of the 2007 guidelines. It's available on Reclamation's website. And, you know, as we know, this was intended to be just a look back at how the 2007 guidelines have operated. And we have an item coming up in executive session where staff from the Attorney General's office will provide a little bit more information there. And of course, this means that soon we'll be kind of shifting gears in the 2007 renegotiation process and doing a more forward look. And as we are shifting gears, we will be looking at strategies to make sure that we're keeping everyone informed on Commissioner Mitchell's efforts relating to that. So that's all I have. And with that, we can go ahead and open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you all again for the report. It was really helpful to have this context. And we can now move on to agenda item 10, which I believe is yours, Amy.
It is indeed. Thank you. And again, this is Amy Ostick for the record, CWCB staff. I am here for agenda item number 10. I think it's listed as demand management feasibility investigation update, but really our goal here today is to put this work plan in front of you, the board, for adoption. So before we get to that, just a quick overview of some of the things I'm going to go over. First is just some background. I think it's really important to recall what began this entire discussion around demand management, which is that demand management storage agreement. So I'm going to go through just a reminder of what's included there and what those requirements are. And then I'll go over a little bit of where we've been, what this board has adopted previously, what staff has worked on over the last year plus at this point, And then we'll talk through the components of the step 2 work plan that we're proposing today and talk about some next steps. And I want to make clear, I think that Greg really did a good job of highlighting this, but demand management, of course, one potential tool that we might be able to look at for providing additional security and protection to the water users on the Colorado River. And part of the purpose behind those more general Colorado River updates is to provide an opportunity to talk outside of the demand management bubble, to talk about other potential solutions, to talk about the broader strategies, and really provide an opportunity for the board to develop kind of a holistic view of potential issues and potential solutions and opportunities. So with that, I'm going to move into a quick discussion of the demand management storage agreement. I know that you've all seen this a lot. I think I'm pretty fond of using this slide pretty frequently. But today I wanted to kind of dig in just a little bit more, simply because as we go forward and start to look at some more specific questions associated with demand management, I think it's really helpful to remember what we would need to do to set up a program, because it defines what we need to look at when we're thinking about feasibility. So first, I just want to start with a reminder and kind of a statement that we not only have been in that first orange feasibility box, but if we move forward with adoption of this work plan, we'll still be in that orange feasibility box. So I just wanted to lay that out. But let's talk a little bit about what feasibility actually means pursuant to the demand management storage agreement. So to clear that hurdle of feasibility, all the upper division states, of course, have to agree that we've done so. Each upper division state has to agree that it's feasible. And what that actually means, though, is that the upper division states have to reach consensus on a number of things. Verification and accounting of the actual conserved consumptive use in a demand management program, and then conveyance of that water, and looking at what the conveyance losses, how those would be calculated. We would all have to agree on the availability of storage where this water would be stored, essentially, how the program would be administered, how the program would be funded, and also that it would comply with state and federal law. So again, each upper division state would not only have to agree it's feasible from their own perspectives, but also agree on those elements, reach consensus on those elements before we would move to the next box, this gray box here. And this is where the states would be developing a program. And again, there are a few minimum requirements that would have to be met in development of the actual program. The first is kind of the brass tacks, someone's knocking on my door, of how the water would actually be conserved, or which water would be eligible to participate. That water must have been beneficially used, consumptively used under valid water rights before it would be conserved, before being conserved in a demand management program. It would have to be Colorado River system water or imported water. And it has to be actually stored, conserved, stored, and released for the specific purpose of helping the upper division states assure continued compliance with the compact. It also would have had to have been physically available in the year conserved. And it would have had to have been consumptively used, if not for, but for participation in the demand management program. Additionally, the water, just as a requirement of the program, it would be subject to assessment of the proportionate share of evaporation charges. It would be, subject to the limits inherently imposed by what the unfilled storage capacity is, but also subject to that 500,000 acre foot cap, at least for the time being. Additionally, there's a requirement, and it's hard to imagine this happening, but if Glen Canyon Dam spills, that demand management water would go first on an acre foot per acre foot basis. It would also be subject to verification through the UCRC, the Upper Colorado River Commission, but also the Secretary of Interior. So a lot of requirements there. And then some requirements as far as release go, or some general guidance here. First, of course, it's invisible to the 2007 guidelines, which is what makes it pretty beneficial. It would make it pretty beneficial to the upper division states. And it's subject to release only at the request of the Upper Colorado River Commission to help ensure continued compliance with the Colorado River Compact. Another thing I'll note here is that that ability actually survives the storage agreement. So in other words, if the upper division states create a demand management program we still have that water after the rest of the elements of the storage agreement expire. So we can still release it for compact compliance going forward after that. That gets us through the second. And after that would come agreement with the Secretary of Interior, again, on some of those key elements about how the program would operate. The UCRC also would have to make a finding that it's necessary to ensure ongoing compact compliance. And then there would just be some agreements that would be entered into documenting how all of that would work. There would also need to be in this final blue box, UCRC approval, as well as each individual state would need to approve the demand management program. So that's kind of high level where we are in this entire process. And again, I think it's helpful to go through these as we're looking towards the next steps, because it helps us remember what's relevant when it comes to feasibility of a demand management program. So now I'm just going to go briefly through kind of where we've been with all this. Of course, that demand management storage agreement was part of the DCP that was adopted in, or finalized rather, in spring of 2019. Before that even happened, though, you all adopted this support and policy statement in November 2018. Saw the demand management storage agreement coming, saw all of this coming, and really wanted, I think, to set the stage for how the demand management discussion would go forward in Colorado. And I think that that is still a really important statement, as you have seen, and you will see it's actually incorporated into the next draft work plan. So, with those guiding principles in mind, of course, the 2019 work plan was adopted with the goal of really looking at these big picture threshold issues associated with demand management and creating a very open, collaborative process to begin to kind of brainstorm about these things. That work really culminated in this July 2020 update that is a big meaty document that really details all the work that was done in that 2019 work plan. And that update really provides the foundations for the next steps. So looking forward, and to shift gears to the work plan that we're talking about today. What are the goals? Broadly, it's really to build on that very solid foundation that so many volunteers and people across the state helped us build. We want to use all that information gained in that 2019 work plan and start to really ask some more specific questions based on that information. And the ultimate goal here is really to get to a point where we can answer some questions about demand management, answer questions about if it looks a certain way, would that be feasible for Colorado? Are there red lights we can identify? Are there potential green lights that we can identify? How do all these things kind of play out on the ground? So we want to use existing resources and funds. I think we're all aware that the first stage of this was pretty extensive. It was a lot of staff time. I think that Brent did a great job of pretty much getting the entire CWCB staff engaged in demand management. And while this is going to continue to be a very collaborative process with a lot of crossover, our goal was really to create a more focused approach this time. So ultimately, again, the question is demand management a feasible tool to protect Colorado's water users against the risks and impacts of a potential curtailment? And can we create some additional benefits as well in a potential demand management program? So before shifting into the actual content of the draft work plan, I wanted to go through this kind of framing exercise as far as demand management goes. And I think I'll call this the Director Brody framework, because this really, I think, initiated with the discussion that we had. I cannot recall if it was at the workshop or the board meeting, but I think Director Brody and then the entire board did a really nice job of kind of laying out that there are a lot of questions that are kind of inherent in the feasibility question. Feasibility is complicated, and it just involves different lines of inquiry. So we tried to break those down accordingly. So the first question, achievability. I think that this really gets at the question of, can we create a demand management program pursuant to the terms of the demand management storage agreement. Is it possible to make that work on the ground? I think that a lot of the work in the 2019 work plan actually helped at answering some of these questions. But that kind of leads to the second question of, even if we can create a demand management program, should we do it? Is it worthwhile for Colorado? And I think that this is really where questions like the question of equitable proportionality and whether we can create an equitable program, I think that's where these types of questions fit in. So in other words, even if we can create this program, can we do it in a way that doesn't that is beneficial for our water users, for our state? Can we mitigate any adverse impacts? Those types of questions belong there. And finally, this advisability question, and this kind of takes a broader look at the issue and asks the question of, given where we are, given our various priorities as a state, given our strategies, is demand management the right tool at the right time? That, in my mind, is kind of a snapshot in time. We can't today, and I think that through this year, we've all realized that we really don't know what tomorrow is going to look like. We don't know what next year is going to look like. So, given the various budget priorities or other issues or strategies going on at the time, would it be advisable to make a feasibility determination? So that's kind of the framework that we have been thinking of this through. And with that in mind, I'll move on to the key elements of the proposed Step 2 work plan. First, the purpose, need, and background. Again, I really thought that the 2018 support and policy statement really just laid a great foundation and set the right tone for the feasibility investigation. So that's incorporated within this work plan. But also just makes clear that we are really going to be building on that 2019 work plan, the work completed under that. Going on to the overarching goals, I already really addressed this with a previous slide, but it's just stated really clearly and hopefully explained in the work plan what these various lenses are, what these types of questions are, and just kind of explains that. And then next, engagement and process. The first round of this, or the first step of this feasibility investigation, was done in a public, collaborative way, and that will continue to be the case. So I'll talk a little bit more on the next slide about how specifically we envision those elements going. But there are some key groups that we need to make sure that we are talking to as this goes forward and getting input from, and we'll continue to do that. And then the tasks. So again, I'm going to dig into this a little bit more, but first we have this framework concept, and again, I'll explain that in a bit more detail coming up. But also, identifying and relying on all the existing work that's already been done that relates to demand management, but also looking for new opportunities to find kind of these win-win opportunities to learn more from on-the-ground projects. So the engagement and process element of this, again, I think it's important to note that this has been a public collaborative process, and it needs to continue to be that. First here, I'll address the board engagement part of this. We are obviously staff committed to providing very regular updates to the board and conducting workshops with the board. I know that a lot of these topics are difficult to tackle in a 1-hour agenda item on a packed forward agenda. So we're committed to having workshops with you to talk through some of these difficult issues. But in addition, I think we heard a lot that it would be helpful to hear more directly from other groups and other people working on demand management or demand management adjacent issues. So we would like to have other groups, invited to board meetings to provide updates on what they're working on. We've already heard this a bit from Andy Mueller in the River District and that secondary economic impact study. But I think just making updates like that a bit more regular is kind of the goal here. And then next, I think that I said this before, but I don't think Brent Formey and I have ever turned down an opportunity to talk to people about demand management. So I'm still going to make ourselves very available to provide, not Brent, unless I can somehow wrangle him into doing this, but me and other staff are committed to providing regular updates to groups and responding whenever it's requested that we give presentations. In addition, we've had government discussions with the tribal nations, and we'll continue to do that. And I'll spell out a little bit more, kind of the timeline and when we expect to get this input going forward. But I just want to make clear that we're still very much committed to that. And also, of course, IBCC, which has been a really important kind of additional work group on the equity point through this, and that'll continue. That discussion will continue. One thing I do want to note here as well, we have this Bang the Table platform, which you probably heard about in other contexts, but I think it'll be really useful in the next stage of this, especially as we're looking at this virtual world we're in. I think it'll be helpful in getting targeted feedback and getting input from a lot of different people across the state and kind of helping us understand it and organize it a little bit better. So we are going to look at how we can make use of that. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about this framework concept. I think that the underlying goal here was to respond to a lot of, thoughts and questions we've heard about, well, it's been great to have this big picture discussion about demand management, but it's really hard when we don't have something to respond to. It's difficult to have this discussion kind of in isolation. So what we really want to do is build on the work that we've done, use that work, and create some frameworks for what a program could actually look like. So what I have up on the screen now is actually a graphic and a landing page that our consultant team has worked on. And this is probably a good point to mention that we have a great consultant team that was brought on for a literature review. Their funding has been extended through the end of this fiscal year. So I think that they'll be really, really helpful in helping us develop this. So anyway, this is some work that they've already gotten started on. And it demonstrates how we might view this framework concept. So first, it's just kind of a visual representation of where we've been. If you click on any of these little honeycombs, they would essentially expand or take you to a list of links and more information about these things. So first, there's the where we've been. You can kind of just go there for more information. But then I think that the meat of this currently is this middle part. These, as you will notice, correspond with the work groups. And again, if you click on each one, it's not populated at this point yet, but we'll work on getting all of the work of the work groups reflected there so that you can kind of understand where we're getting the building blocks that will go into this third part of this, which is the possible program structures. That's where we would see the framework. And essentially, again, we'd be using these elements of the work group analyses as the building blocks of potential program structures. And the way that we're kind of envisioning this is we'd have maybe a few different options of what demand management could look like. We would identify the trade-offs in those options. And I think that a lot of this analysis would be focused on that second question of whether it would be worthwhile Colorado. So, the question might be, if you were looking at a demand management program that looked like this part that this work group envisioned, or putting it all together, what issues are we flagging there? What issues might make it less palatable or more beneficial for the state or for various communities? And once we have a draft of that, we would then start to have some real and specific discussions with various groups across the state about what they think about that. So, there we go. Again, I'll talk, whoops. Okay, just a preview of what's to come. On the next slide, obviously, I'm going to talk a bit more about kind of the timeline for all this and then how we see it playing out. But first, I'll just address the second big task in this work plan, which is to really identify existing information that we can plug into all this. I know that we're all kind of, familiar with a lot of these things, but how can we plug it into the framework, plug it into the specific issues that we'll be looking at this round? And some things that come to mind are the System Conservation Pilot Program. Again, we're all pretty familiar with that. But how can we really pull that information in and reflect it in the framework and the information that we have to date? And also, of course, ATM projects, things like that fit well here. But also, we'd like to look at new opportunities to learn more with on-the-ground projects. The idea here is to use existing programs and funding sources, but to really kind of have this collaborative, look at what are some projects that can kind of be win-wins, whether they're for communities, the participants, and help us learn more about demand management along the way. And once we kind of gather that information, we will incorporate that into the framework. We'll identify some additional open questions that might benefit from more research or more demonstration type projects. But I also want to make clear at this point that I think that the information gained through this could be really helpful to other efforts as well. It might be that they plug directly into looking at demand management pursuant to the storage agreement. It might be that they give us information about creating more security on the Colorado River system, providing more protection on the whole. So, I think it's important to keep that in mind and to remember that we have other places to put this information. It just doesn't all have to be demand management centric. So what do we envision going forward, or how do we envision this playing out? As far as the framework goes, again, we have this great consultant team on board, and SGM has been incredibly helpful with the framework concept, but everyone is kind of plugging in on it. And I think that we feel confident that we can have a draft ready for you all to take a look at in early 2021. I think the way that we would envision this is we would bring this draft, this concept to the board. We would have whatever type of meeting or workshop is appropriate to discuss that. And once we all feel good about that, and once we think it kind of captures what we want to at this point, we would then begin this iterative process with a lot of different groups, with IBC, tribal nations, NGOs, stakeholders, water users, and just show it to them and say, what are the issues here? Here's something specific to respond to. What equity issues do you identify with this? Do you see something that you think might actually work? Do you see anything you think would cause specific issues for various communities? Those types of discussions. And we would then go back, revise things accordingly, and maybe have a better draft or a new concept that we could then roll out. I really would hope that this can be a very kind of open and candid discussion, that we're not, by developing a framework, we're not tying our hands or saying, this is what we, the CWCB board, believe demand management should look like. That's not what it is at all. It's just a start point for this discussion. And then to get to that second element, the pulling in the existing information, looking for new opportunities, I think that work starts immediately with just some CWCB staff coordination to make sure that we all kind of understand the various, programs out there and opportunities that we might have, and just making sure we're kind of all on the same page as far as what we might be looking for. But I also think that there's an opportunity here to talk with other groups like IBCC, for example, and say, hey, what are some ideas that you might have? What are some concepts that might be good for this area or things like that? So I think that we really begin that discussion, that collaboration right away. And we begin to add those concepts that come out of it into this framework. So I think that kind of spells out what I would envision that we would be doing at least through early 2021, and then kind of the general process after that. But I would imagine that we would, once we have this work developed, once we kind of get this started, have some more specific ideas about how we're engaging best with people about the framework. So I did want to take a little bit of time just to kind of put this in the bigger picture perspective. So of course, this is just part of the Upper Basin feasibility investigation. The other states are doing the same thing. The UCRC has their RFP process, and I think that'll get kind of started in earnest really, really soon, the work on that. They have funds to spend through September 2022. So, as that's ongoing, we're going to be talking to the other upper division states, using that information, kind of incorporating it all and making this all a big iterative process. And as we're working on the draft framework, we'll continue to keep all of those things in mind, but more broadly, I think that we will, probably learn more about where the other upper division states might be, and what the big issues they might be with demand management are. So we'll roll that into our work as we're going forward. And again, I just want to reiterate that, this is demand management is one part of the much bigger picture that is not pictured on the screen. Just one tool that we might have at our disposal, and everything that we learn here in all these discussions help inform our broader strategy as well. So that is actually all I have. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Director Hawkins, for questions or comments.
Thank you, Amy. And I will watch the chat and also watch for hands. Are there any questions or comments for Amy? Director Dutton and then Director Brown.
I don't necessarily have a question, just a comment. I appreciated staff's, or I do appreciate, not past tense, I still appreciate you. I appreciate all the work on this and the time you took to reach out for feedback. And, something that we've talked about is just how there are so many parallel paths here, and I think we all kind of look at this through a different lens, and we, really need to make sure that we're kind of moving forward on all those different ways of seeing this. And I know that some kind of think about, well, the legal aspect of it, where I tend to think more about the on the ground aspect. And I think that you guys did an excellent job of really gracefully capturing how we continue to move all aspects forward on this, and engage our constituency and all the other stakeholders in this. And so I don't have any questions. Just wanted to thank you guys for your really thoughtful and diligent work on this. Thank you, Director Dutton. Director Brown.
I won't repeat Heather's comments. I just wanted to say thanks to Amy and Greg for all the work that you did. I know people in my basin, including myself, very excited to get down the road of this next phase. I think it will just bring us a lot of certainty with where we end up on this, really heavy issue. So thank you again, and thanks to all the board for the time that you took, that we all took, giving feedback for this plan. I think it's very, very good. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Brown. Is there any further questions or comment for Amy? Director Young.
Yeah, I just want to tell Amy and Greg thanks. And thanks for being part of the IBCC meeting and the PEPO meeting. I thought that went really well, as Director George said this morning. And thank you for including them in this work plan, because I think they're a good resource to have for anything moving forward in this direction. So I just want to make that comment.
Thank you, Director Yan. Is there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, we have public comment on this item. And the person that I have signed up is Ed Millard. Ed, please state your name for the record, and you may address the board.
My name is Ed Millard. I represent Montezuma County on the Southwest Roundtable, and the Southwest Roundtable is elected representative to the IBCC. I'm speaking for Montezuma County here. I have a few specific questions and comments on the CWCB staff recommendation. Number one, does the legal question in the memo on whether demand management is a beneficial use include exploring if demand management is compliant with Article 3A in the Colorado Compact? on exclusive beneficial consumptive use of upper basin water rights in the upper basin. Putting senior present perfected water rights into the storage pool or system water going to the lower basin seems problematic to me. How do you justify using water for compact compliance that is not subject to curtailment? Also, have SCPP and other DM pilots already encroached on Article 3A by putting upper basin water into system water potentially for use in the lower basin in exchange for cash payments? I'm not looking for comments today, but I'll certainly welcome it. If you want to stop me, I'll stop. Otherwise, I'm just going to read the questions, and I'm just trying to get them in the record so that they can be explored in the future.
I'm not going to provide too much of a response, just to say, Ed, I appreciate the comments, and I think one thing that's just always important to remember about the compact is that there's a non-depletion obligation. That's kind of the bottom line. It has been in place for nearly 100 years now. So that non-depletion obligation of 75 million acre feet, I don't think is going anywhere, regardless of the other elements of the law of the river. And any demand management program would be in place only to help to help meet that obligation, continued compliance with the compact, not to create additional water for the lower basin. But I appreciate the comment and that you're thinking about these things. Thanks.
I appreciate the importance of 3D, but sometimes the other parts of the compact get forgotten with that obsession on 3D. So I want to keep raising 3A and 3E and 4B and Article 8 and all the others. So it's just my thing. Second question, will the proposed large-scale pilot in the memo store water and demand management storage pool? If yes, isn't that actually implementing demand management, so this isn't really a pilot? If no, isn't this burning more precious money and water to send more water into system water and the lower basin while still not contributing to compact compliance?
Is it an appropriate time to jump in there, Ed?
Sure.
Okay. I want to be very clear that there is not a large scale, this work plan does not include a large scale pilot. It leaves the door open for continued discussion of whether that would be appropriate. But I think you really aptly point out that if we were to set up a large scale pilot without going through the steps of the storage agreement, we wouldn't have a mechanism to protect that water from release pursuant to the 2007 guidelines, which is precisely why we're being very cautious about that. It again leaves the door open for continued discussion of whether and how that might be appropriate, but it does not adopt a large scale pilot program.
I appreciate it's just a suggestion, but it was a concern to me, my county commissioners, and some of my constituents that it is being considered, and we wanted to express our concern with it. So I think we're on the same page there. Third comment, will CWCB consider exploring ICS accounts in Lake Powell for upper basin water rights holders, or can IBCC explore them as part of proportionality and equity discussion? Amy doesn't approve of my use of the term ICS here, so I propose changing the name to Compact Compliance Storage Accounts, or CCS. I'm also going to submit an article that John Fleck wrote in 2018 on the termination of the SCPP and Upper Basin ICS to just point out this isn't really a new idea.
Thanks, Ed. And I think, again, that you really point out that there are, unresolved issues or open questions as far as intrastate administration. We know what the demand management storage agreement says. We know that this water would have to be put in a joint account, so to speak, for compact compliance purposes. But of course, we're committed to continuing that discussion of what exactly it would look like.
If it's not legally possible in this round, we just hope it can be brought up in the next round to improve on what the storage pool, what the benefits are for the upper basin water rights holders. Finally, are the benefits of demand management program in the upper basin being offset by development of new water uses in other upper basin states? Gallup and Lake Powell pipelines are especially problematic since they're transferring or proposing to transfer water, upper basin water, to the lower basin. Basically, you see Article 3A discussion above. Water rights, compact entitlements, and use are of immense economic value. Reducing them in one region while expanding them in another is a transfer of economic benefit. Needless to say, my county commissioner and I raised the question of Director Hawkins' current job description at TNC. Colorado River Tribal Water Project Manager is a conflict of interest in this regard if she also makes decisions at CWCB regarding demand management or Colorado River issues. If so, recusal might be called for. I just asked a question. I don't know what Celine does in her day job. The title alone was concerning to me and my county commissioners when I stumbled across it in the San Juan watershed video I watched a month ago. My question was based on common sense definition here from Wikipedia. A conflict of interest is a situation in which a person or organization is involved in multiple interests, financial or otherwise, and serving one interest could involve working against another. Typically, this relates to situations in which a person of interest of an individual or organization might adversely affect a duty owed to make decisions for the benefit of a third party. It's also a concern that Director Hodgkins didn't inform any of her constituents of this new role or update her CWCB bio to reflect the change. When I asked this question, her bio still said she worked on Western Colorado Water Project, a more appropriate role for a CWCB director. This question might not have arisen if there had been prompt disclosure of Director Hawkins' work on these projects in other states earlier. Thank you very much. I'll stand for questions.
Ed, thank you for raising your concerns. I disclosed at the beginning of the board meeting the nature of my role with the Nature Conservancy and made clear that I'm able to perform the duties of a Colorado Water Conservation Board member. As for whether I have a conflict, the conflict statute requires recusal from considering matters only when there is a potential for a direct economic benefit to the Nature Conservancy. We do not have that situation here, and I will not be recusing myself from these discussions. Let's move along. And Amy, can you put the staff recommendation up, please?
This is all I have here. It's just a recommendation to adopt the step 2 work plan as written in the board packet. Hopefully that's okay. I think this is my first time actually putting a recommendation before the board.
And I'm going to call, I am now looking at the chat lineup on Director Mitchell.
Perfect. And I just want to ask Dan if he wants to say anything first. If not, I'm going to cut in line, or Director Gibbs. If not, I'm going to cut in line in front of him. I think as I reflected on this last summer, and as we've seen the fires and the drought and the effect that's had on all Coloradans, there's not been one person that hasn't been affected by this summer, and couple that with the pandemic and our uncertain and changing lives. I think when we look at the challenges of a changing climate or changing hydrology and the frequency of drought and the intensity of drought, it would be irresponsible for us to not look at every tool available. Demand management was in Colorado's water plan, and coincidentally, that the birthday of that water plan, or the anniversary of that water plan, is tomorrow, and that's the 5-year anniversary. So as we look at these last 5 years, that was not the only tool in the water plan. It's one of those tools, but we do have to look at it. Not only because of that, not only because of the grounds up process that said management is something we need to look at, but we also committed to looking at that when we signed on to the drought contingency plan. And so, and looking at it as a tool, we didn't commit to doing demand management, but we did commit to investigating and looking to demand management as a potential solution for compact security for the state of Colorado. I really think about the importance of this board, the importance of the staff and everything that we do, and I reflect on what our jobs are. And one of our jobs is to protect all Coloradans and to protect the communities that they reside in. And so this is a long-term strategy. It may or may not be a tool that does just that. And so we have to look and determine if this is achievable and right for Colorado. And I think this is the next right appropriate step.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Director Gibbs, I will call on you next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Mitchell. You echoed much of what I was thinking as well. And you mentioned the fires. I mean, I've spent some time this summer on the fires, Grizzly Creek and the Cameron Peak fire as well. And it's not part of my job, but I have to tell you, it gives you a really good perspective when you're ahead of the Department of Natural Resources, and everything that we touch, land, water, wildlife, oil and gas, have to do with climate change at the end of the day. It has a nexus. And as Becky knows, and as Kevin Ryan knows, when I got out of the Cameron Peak fire, especially, it was all hands on deck for the DNR. I really want to focus on what can we do to protect communities. And I think this investigation is really important to honor, the drought contingency plan that we have in place. But I think we need to look at this program and see whether or not it's achievable, and really has a very important tie-in to climate change. And for those reasons, I really think that we need to continue, down the road to see whether or not it's feasible. I really appreciate Greg and Amy, your work. I know you've put an enormous amount of time, but there's so many stakeholders around the state, frankly, like people that love this idea and people that hate this idea. And that's where you sometimes find the best kind of sweet spot. And so everyone around the state that's put in an enormous amount of time, I think that's really important. So let's continue this discussion forward, I think. So.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. I have a quick comment. I've spent a lot of time talking to folks in my basin about drought and demand management over the past months, and I really appreciate the staff's time and effort putting this work plan together. What I want to urge us all to do is to not lose sight that the goal here is to keep Colorado resilient in the face of drought and aridification in the Colorado River Basin. And so we simultaneously need to have a focused exploration of demand management, but not lose sight of other good ideas that come up when we're having this discussion. And so my request would be, as we implement this, can the project management team not say we can't talk about that because it's not within the four corners of the demand management storage agreement. Yes, you may need to parking lot something, but I think all those ideas that come up as we have this more focused discussion are going to help this board with the worthwhile and advisability questions, and are also highly relevant to how this board thinks about Colorado River issues. And I think that's true also when we think about projects that might move forward. There might be a project that isn't within, the definition of demand management under the demand management storage agreement, but we need to be thinking about municipal conservation, industrial water, agriculture infrastructure improvements, reservoir operations, and the role of tribal water. We also need to be thinking about future uses and watershed health. So I would just urge you, lose sight of other solutions that come to the table, because we're going to need everything as we move forward into drought. With that, I think the next in line is Director Brown.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate that I have a lot of confidence in this plan. I think it's very comprehensive. So thanks again to staff, and I'd like to move staff's recommendation that this board adopt the demand management feasibility investigation step 2 work plan.
Second. It's been moved by Director Brown to approve the staff recommendation on agenda item 10, seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you have any opposition, please put it in the chat. And seeing none, this is approved. Let's move on to agenda item 11. I believe that's Alex.
It is. Thanks, Director Hawkins. And for the record, this is Alex Funk, CWCB staff. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so agenda item 11 is the draft CWCB conservation easement grant policy. I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the backstory of the policy and sort of how it's evolved over the last few months. And then I'll kind of walk through some just sort of high level components of the policy itself, but won't go sort of line by line, and then sort of wrap up with the recommendation and answer any questions the board may have about the policy. So sort of with that, this conversation around the need of a conservation easement policy at CWCB, I think kind of got kicked off all the way back at our March board meeting when we discussed a conservation easement project that was being proposed under the ATM grant program. But, sort of digging into this a little bit more, it's sort of clear that sort of given the complexity around conservation easement purchases and sort of the lengthy due diligence process and sort of the need for potential expert review and not necessarily having the staff capacity to do that there really seemed to be sort of a lacking uniform process for grantees and staff and sort of, what was sort of required or what the steps were in terms of how we do this. Now, that said, I think the policy also underscores that conservation easements can help further Colorado water plan objectives and actions. At least 4 of the BIPs identify conservation easements as tools to help either protect agriculture or keep water in ag and enhance environmental and recreational benefits. And then I did not plan on this timing, but the Water Education Colorado Headwaters latest version actually is all about how land trusts and open space organizations are working on water issues and utilizing conservation easements. So short story is that, we think these are effective tools, but, we don't necessarily have the staff expertise for them. And so this policy is hopefully providing some guidelines there. Just as a way of background, I took a quick look at, I believe the board asked for some information on how many conservation easement projects that the CWCB has funded. Since 2007, I was able to find approximately 17 projects that involved the purchase of a conservation easement. Most of these were approved through the Water Supply Reserve Fund, so through the Basin Roundtables. 2 of these projects have been approved through the Alternative Methods Grant Program, and then a majority of these conservation easement projects have been from the Rio Grande Basin, sort of given the importance of maintaining ag viability and keeping water in the valley. And I do have a spreadsheet if there's interest from the board to kind of see the breakdown there, but just a little bit of context in terms of what we've funded in the past. And so kind of turning more towards the policy itself. So in sort of developing this policy, CWCB staff really looked to sort of 2 existing programs. One is the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Habitat Protection Program, and then the Great Outdoors Colorado Conservation Easement Purchases, because those are 2 of the more active, sort of funders of conservation easements in Colorado. We then shared the policy for review with CPW staff, the Colorado Conservation Easement Oversight Commission, which is I believe government or governor appointed or volunteer oversight body that approves conservation easements that are submitted for state tax credits. And then we also worked with our Attorney General's office. So definitely special thanks to CWCB staff, particularly Jay Cooper, Kim Rogers, and Amanda Nims, who work with Sarah Parmar, who sits on the Conservation Easement Oversight Commission, and then Jim Mealy with the Attorney General's office, all played a real crucial role in sort of putting this together, in addition to other CWCB staff. So just to kind of give a sense of what the policy basically states, it says to the effect that conservation easements can play a critical role in meeting several Colorado Water Plan and Basin Implementation Plan objectives. CWCB funding may be used to fund conservation easement purchase expenses where such conservation easements further state and regional goals. The CWCB shall require all applicants applying for grants for conservation easement purchases to submit specific documentation as outlined prior to receiving funding. And just in terms of sort of application of this policy, this would apply to all existing and I guess future CWCB grant programs if we create new ones. But it's also limited to projects that just have a item that contains the purchase of a conservation easement. So we have funded, for example, projects that work on due diligence, sort of prepping for, sort of conservation easement purpose. That this policy doesn't really per se apply to those types of projects. This really only kicks in if the purchase of an actual easement is included in the scope. And then in terms of sort of just how the policy is broken down, and I won't go through each of these, but happy to answer any questions the board may have. But basically it's set out in terms of what is basically required as part of the application. And then documents that are then collected over the following months as we approach the closing of the conservation easement. So at time of application, the policy sets out that these are the following sort of documents or resources that we would require in addition to sort of the existing scope and work and budget. So this includes everything from maps to the legal description of the project, a title commitment, information on water rights and well information. There's actually a notice requirement. So if a conservation easement involves water rights shares of a ditch or reservoir company, there's a notice requirement. So that is now more specific in the policy. And then we also, and this I think is a real critical piece, is that we're asking applicants to provide a project timeline, kind of letting us know when they're anticipating closing, milestones for sort of when these documents will be in place, and that will hopefully give our staff a little bit more of a heads up on when we know certain things are coming in, so we can review those on an iterative basis, rather than sort of what we're doing now, which is get really close to closing and review everything. And so as we get a little bit closer to closing, here's a list of other documents that CWCB would then require. Again, these are basically what are required from CPW and GOCO. We're not creating any sort of additional documentation than other funders, but again, just sort of spelling out what we would need. And these would include things that are more site specific. So, looking at things like the environmental site assessment, this is looking to see if there's any sort of hazardous materials or other sort of is the site a Superfund, site, mineral remoteness report, which talks about sort of the surface or, mineral rights attached to the property, and then the draft of the conservation easement. And so as we get these in, we would sort of review those. And just some other kind of key things to highlight here. Under the new policy, we would require all applicants and potential easement holders to be certified and regulated by the Colorado Department of Regulatory Affairs. That seems to be in line with other funders in the state. As we get these documents, we will work with the Attorney General's office to conduct what we're calling a document review, sort of reviewing each of these documents as they come in, sort of identify any red flags, kind of work with the applicant to address any sort of issues that are identified. And at the end of that process, the Attorney General's office would then submit a written notification to staff saying that that's complete. At that point in time, we would work with purchasing to complete the grant execution and get that completed, and then disperse once the draft settlement statement or sort of closing statement is received from the applicant. And this is all, again, to kind of just provide a little bit more of a uniform process in which we sort of have everything in place before kind of moving forward with that grant execution and disbursement pieces. So in addition to sort of that process, the policy also includes some additional criteria that staff would sort of look at as part of any sort of conservation easement purchase proposal. And I think these criteria really kind of came out of the discussion in the March board meeting. And that's really given, sort of given the complexity of these projects and the strain it can put on staff. I think we want to be really selective and careful about when we want to pursue a project that involves a conservation easement. So working with other staff across different grant programs, we developed some additional sort of checkbox criteria that we would look at to kind of really see, does this project really merit the complexity that comes with these types of transactions? And so these criteria would really be sort of in addition to what's already in existing grant programs, but again, are kind of just reaffirming them. And so some of the ones that I'll just highlight here that, the easement's really protecting some sort of significant water-related conservation value, some culturally significant landscapes and water use practices. It's working to sustain agriculture in rural communities. Ideally, the proposal would also contain some specific information around the stewardship and restoration that would take place along with the purchase of the conservation easement. And then you're kind of looking to see, does the protection of this property help promote restoration and recovery efforts of endangered, threatened, and imperiled species? Is it part of a broader watershed scale protection strategy? Are there any activities as part of the easement that might undermine some of those conservation values? We take a look at that. And then I kind of added this next piece, and I think this also gets back to the March discussion, particularly for the ATM program. I think just funding the easement on its own is probably not sufficient. And so we did include some language that, particularly for the ATM grant program, that if it does involve a conservation easement purchase, that there would also be the sort of transaction component as well, because they really are designed to be in tandem with each other. And so the ATM program would no longer just fund a easement purchase on its own. It would have to include the transactional component as well. And so I think with that, I have the staff recommendation up and am happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Alex. Are there any questions? Director Brown.
Thank you, Alex. You did a great job on this. So I have a couple additions or suggested additions to the policy. But I also, as I read through it and remembering back on our conversations from the March board meeting, I just wanted to have a discussion with the board about priority funding, in a time when obviously we're all experiencing budgets that are decreasing. Is a conservation easement, funding a conservation easement, a priority equal to, above, lower than the other projects that we fund out of WSRF or water plan grant? And I am a fan of conservation easements. I think they work. They do great things across the board and across the state. But, I recognize that there are a lot of funding sources out there for conservation easements. And I just question whether this board's funding, limited funding at this point that we have, is best utilized there. And, after reading this policy, I can say I haven't made up my own mind on whether that is the case. I've looked back. Alex, at the last minute, provided me with a spreadsheet that he mentioned earlier that notated how much money the board has spent on conservation easements, and that's about $4,500,000 over the past 12 years. And so it's not an insignificant amount of money. But, in my basin and other West Slope basins, I really sometimes feel like the priorities are infrastructure improvements, different types of restoration. Is it fair to have the competition of easements in there? So I'll stop talking. I just wanted to bring it up. Like I said, haven't really made up my mind about it. I just wanted to put that forward as part of this discussion around the policy aspect of it.
Director Dutton. I have 3 questions for Alex, but I actually had a thought maybe to share in response to Director Brown's sentiment. I think that it just depends on what the easement is conserving and what the goals of both the basin plan and the water plan are. And, I can tell you that where we are, and, the project that was presented, the non-reimbursables, is a great example that has an easement component to it, and that we're working on putting an easement on the property to help bring that project to fruition. And we as a community have kind of rallied around, and I think the state is sharing this kind of agreement that our greatest challenge is source water protection. And so whether that's watershed health or aquifer health, we have to protect, our water supplies. And in this basin, so much of that is quantity. And so if we can, and I think we are all rallying around too, that our most urgent issue is aquifer sustainability. And so whether it's renozzling a sprinkler or exploring alternate cropping or incentivizing reductions in pumping by putting a conservation easement on the groundwater, I think all of those would be priority projects for us, because it gets to that goal of reducing the withdrawal of groundwater in order to balance use and supply. So I guess that would be kind of my thoughts to your broad open-ended question to the board. But I do appreciate, I love us kind of thinking through, what are our priorities, especially in times of massive need in the water sphere and limited funds. So thanks for asking that. Alex, I had kind of 3 specific questions or comments on the draft plan. I echo Director Brown's sentiments that it obviously is very well done and very well researched and put together. So thank you for all the time that you clearly put into this. Going on to, I think on the materials for the application, there's a lot of information about various maps. And then we get down to the descriptions of the water rights. I would like to see it added in there that there be a map of the different water rights, and specifically which water rights, whether they're surface water or groundwater water. So which water rights or wells are watering or serving which parcels of land. I think that's useful information for us in this sphere. You have it in here also on the page about, let's see, I don't see page numbers, but under the management plan and reports, I just wanted a little bit of clarification. It says that the grantees shall provide 6-month progress reports detailing monitoring of the easement. Is this permanent in perpetuity monitoring, or is this the progress reports until the funds have been paid out by CWCB?
That is a good question. Director Dutton. I think, yeah, that might be one that I meant to kind of go back and revisit, because I think as I was envisioning it, it would have just been sort of the life of the contract. But sort of given the unique nature of easements and that they're just really involving that purchase transaction, that might not make a ton of sense to think about it that way. But I think that might be a question too, back to the board, in terms of how, because CPW and others certainly do the monitoring of easements. And this kind of came up as we were talking with the other agencies. And I think we have to be kind of careful to commit ourselves to something that's too onerous here in terms of like enforcing the easement. So I think it might be helpful to include some sort of requirement where we get some update on sort of how things are going. Maybe it is that annual monitoring report, just as the land trust is developing it. But I can kind of go back and maybe clarify that, but without making it, we wouldn't kind of step in and do anything additional at that point.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that if it's, during the time when you're doing the contracting and getting everything worked out, I think, a 6-month progress report is in line with the other criteria from other grant programs. Afterward, I would suggest, I think it is appropriate for us to be a recipient of the stewardship reports, because these land trusts are all doing annual monitoring and putting together those reports. And so that would be my suggestion there, is to transition that to annual reports, just to, and make sure that the values that we have conserved are in good shape with stewardship. My last, I think, comment, this is kind of a larger comment than a question, getting down to your evaluation criteria. I appreciate tying it back together to where the grant applications would be evaluated depending on, existing criteria for WSRF and water plan. I am wondering if the language and the bullet points in reviewing conservation easement applications, CWCB should also consider the following characteristics. This to me seems quite vague, or it kind of seems like we're just saying, well, it would be nice that these things, we're saying, well, if we're doing a water easement, it would be nice if we also include these other things, but I'm not seeing anything in here that says, what's required. And if people don't do these things, then is there any kind of implication for ranking, or are there some things where we're saying, look, if you're saying you're going to do an ATM grant, but you aren't willing to add flexibility, is that a hard no? And so I don't know that I have thoughts on each one of these bullets, but I just wanted to bring that up, that when I read it, it sounded a little passive and kind of just like a suggestion, but not a lot of teeth.
Yeah, thanks for that feedback, Director Dunn. And I'm open to making that a shall, I guess, because I think what I'm, again, just back kind of for the criteria, because I do understand that, I guess, going back to Director Brown's point, I mean, nothing in this policy is saying that we have to prioritize conservation easements over any other project. I think it's more just when we do see these come across our desk, we have some guidance in terms of how we, sort of approach that. And I would recommend, as part of this, that we put a little bit extra review on those applications, given the complexities, given the cost. And so I'm open to making that more mandatory, I guess, if that's something that the board would like to see changed.
All right, Director Yan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Alex, so I thought you did a really good job on these. So I just wanted to make sure, because you kind of answered my question in your presentation, but I didn't see it. And I read it a couple times. It wasn't even at 1:30 in the morning like Director Felt does, but I didn't see in there that it has to be held by a reputable easement holder. So, and I think you answered that when you said that they have to be registered with the state or what, but I guess I didn't see that in the policy itself, but
yeah,
maybe it is, I just didn't see it.
Yeah, apologies, Director Yan, that I didn't include page numbers on this, but yeah, if you kind of go, there's this quick, small little paragraph about certification, and that's to the point. They have to be certified with the state. They have to be a reputable, holder, and that appears to be well in line with all the other funders that we've spoke with in terms of putting this policy together. And that's something that we hadn't necessarily required in the past. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's good, because that would be important to me, just to ensure that the rules are met and all the values are maintained as part of the easement. And then just a little bit to Director Brown's comments. One of the important things in our basin is just protecting land so that it remains in irrigated agriculture, and this flexibility of these leases where you can actually occasionally take some of the water and use it for a different use, I think is good. That's starting to come around, and I think that's really where, in our basin anyway, that we're probably going to see a lot of these happen, because there's going to be, we're feeling pressure from municipalities, as you can imagine, and one of the ways that we keep it in ag and not allow too much of that water to go out of the or into a different use is through these conservation easements. So that might be something that we could look at in here, that we wouldn't allow, that the values of the land can still be maintained when you do these leases, temporary leases to municipalities. But that's something that's going to be used, I think, a lot in our basin, because it actually provides options for our farmers that we really don't have right now. I mean, historically, it was that you sold your land, you know, maybe at the end of your career, if you're close enough to a municipality, and then it was dried up. And so this allows us to keep those cultural values, those ag values in place, and along with the ag values, the environmental values that are a result of irrigated agriculture, the ponds and the wetlands and all that kind of stuff. So those things are important to be maintained as well. And one of the other things that we're seeing is that it also can allow younger farmers to get into, or first-time farmers to get into the business. If the municipality puts a conservation easement on the land, and then they can sell it at a little lower price because they're not competing for the water anymore, then someone could actually afford to buy it for farming. So I think these are all really good things that we have the opportunity to be a part of.
Thanks, Director Jan. And I'll just point out too that, yeah, we do include sort of some language there that we encourage, we don't require, but we encourage applicants to sort of include that flexible language for the leasing opportunities, so long as it doesn't undermine any sort of conservation value of the easement. So we really do leave it up as it's totally up to the landowner, but we encourage it where it makes sense to, if they want to do that. Yep.
That's good. Thank you.
Director Brown.
Thanks, Director Jan. I appreciate those comments. That's useful for me to hear, and thanks to all of you for considering what I asked of you. I didn't know where we were headed as far as motions go, but in the vein that Heather went down, I agree that I think there needs to be a little bit more meat on the characteristics. There's words like ideally, and I think it's just a little loose. So I would like to see that get tightened up a little bit. And then I have the same question about perpetuity. So great minds think alike, but right under procedure, under application, in that bullet under property and vicinity maps, last sentence, applicants are encouraged to provide additional maps such as wildlife habitat that may be helpful in reviewing the application. I was thinking maybe we should have the historically irrigated acreage as well in there. And, that they should provide the wildlife habitat maps if they're available to them. I know that sometimes landowners like to be private about what kind of wildlife are on their lands, but if we're going to be protecting, that value specifically, then I think we need to understand what's there. So that was just my one specific comment. And that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Director Brown. So I guess in terms of, my recommendation is to approve the policy. I am happy to kind of go back and take a stab to make the language a little bit stronger and less discretionary on some of these items. I guess, how would the board like to proceed with that in terms of maybe sharing a final version of this with you?
Alex, let's make sure we get through all the comments. We have more board members lined up.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll get there. Thanks. Director Trick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alex, for putting this together. It's always difficult being the first one to draft up something to propose for everybody's critique. So I really appreciate all your effort. And I just have one pretty specific comment. So I think on what would be page 4 of the actual policy, where you're talking about documents required after grant approval, in the document review section, the first bullet, the purchase or sale agreement or other documentations which sets forth the terms and conditions associated with the purchase. I think I'd like to see that bullet moved over to the pre-approval documents to be submitted. if you think that makes sense, and including identification of all the parties and entities receiving funds or that are involved.
Thanks, Director Trick. And I guess the reason that it's lodged there is the feedback that we got from, I guess, the other CPW and GOCO is that that purchase and sale agreement really doesn't materialize until sort of later in the project. But some of these other items that we've listed, such as the draft title commitment, letter of intent, and title report, do basically contain the same information. They're just like kind of, I don't know. It seemed that it was something that in the pipeline, it was something that tended to be later in the process. But I think I think the same information is more or less included in these other documents. Anyway, that's kind of where we put it there. So we tried to get some feedback on. That was certainly a source of confusion in terms of what some of these documents were and sort of what was included in them. I can kind of maybe double check to see if it's appropriate to make that earlier in the process. I think it might be might be project specific depending on the when the closing is or sort of where the project is in the pipeline is maybe a better answer.
Great. And Director Trick, go ahead with the follow-up comment.
Thank you. Yeah, I see what you're saying there, Alex. It's kind of a chicken and egg type of problem. I just think that, before we fund something, we kind of want to know a little bit more information about the terms of the deal. And the parties involved. So maybe if it's only just a draft purchase and sale agreement, like subject to final approval, finalization, something like that. That was just my thought. But we can talk about what makes sense logistically there.
Okay. I don't know if Jen or Anna are on, but yeah, I think we can take a look at maybe it could be a quick draft and can maybe look at maybe making that as part of the application piece. Because I totally, and I guess I would just add to that, we wouldn't move forward with any sort of grant execution until all of these were in place. So even if we do approve an application, there would still sort of be a window in which you can kind of back out as well. So we wouldn't obligate any money through purchasing, for example, until we have that purchase and sale agreement in place.
Alex, I had a quick question for you. And I think it's the opposite question here. I am by no means a sophisticated conservation easement practitioner. I do know that in these deals that often the funding contingencies mean that they won't have the detailed water and tidal work until they've got some funding approvals. Did you discuss that with the other agencies? Are we setting something up here that people actually aren't going to be able to get those application documents in? Or is that logistically feasible?
Yeah, that's a good question, Director Hawkins. And this is really just pulled directly from, I want to say, CPW's program. And so basically all we're asking for at the time of application is a memo describing water rights. It's not necessarily the really detailed information about them. It's more just kind of giving us a sense of like what is involved in the transaction. And I think that would get refined in some of these later documents. And so, yeah, it's really, the way that we learned it is basically just a letter that summarizes that information. So I think it's not meant to be something that's like the final sort of specifics, but at least gives us a sense of like, yeah, if there are ditch companies involved, if there are other entities involved, like it would give us that sort of recognition that we would need that notification or some of the other information. But I think it's fairly higher level at this point, and then would get refined before we actually executed the grant.
Okay, Director Schwartz.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Just one other quick comment, and then I would like to make a motion if questions are finished. But with regard to the land conservation entity, that not only are they approved by the state, but they have sufficient resources to monitor and manage the easements. You know, we are seeing this in the conservation community that oftentimes these aren't sufficiently resourced land trusts, and so we want to make sure that we're partnering with the right folks.
That's a good point, Director Schwartz, and that's where I think we hope to, by sort of, I know we sort of encourage it, but we would hope that there would be sort of that management plan or sort of detail on how the stewardship components would be carried out, and that we would kind of seek more information from the applicant on sort of if they have the resources available to do some long-term stewardship of the project. Because I think kind of reading through this, it's almost as if I think for our sake, given our limited funds, it's almost as if the easement purchase on its own is not enough. There would need to be some sort of, I think, restoration or other sort of beneficial things that happen with the property itself long term that would also maybe address some of our other water plan goals like riparian restoration and watershed restoration. So I think that's something that we would take a really hard look at to make sure that there was a plan in place where, you know, the property is going to be enhanced potentially over time to create additional ecosystem services along those lines.
So, Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, first, in full disclosure, I am a board member at no compensation of Culwood Open Lands, and very, very supportive of this concept to be able to assist the conservation community in funding and time the opportunity to protect valuable water resources. So at this time, I'd like to move agenda item 11 per the staff recommendation to approve policy 24 conservation easement grant policy with consideration of the recommendations made by the board during this discussion.
It's been moved by Director Schwartz to approve agenda item 11 with changes consistent with the discussion today. And it's been seconded by Director Brody. I'll open it up for additional discussion now. Director Yan.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I was wondering if, because it seemed like there were quite a few comments, if it might be better if we come back and have a clean copy in January that we could have a little time to look at and then do it then. I don't unless you think there's a big rush, Alex, to get this up and going.
No, I mean, short answer, we don't have any projects really on the horizon. I think there could be some time to address the recommendations from the board now and kind of come back with a hopefully final version in January, if that's what the board would like to kind of see.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that might not be, I don't know. I mean, you're pretty good at taking board comments, but I was just wondering if it might, because it seemed like there were quite a few there, if it might be better, but that's my only comment.
Let me see here. I'm going to rotate very quickly through Director Dutton, Brown, and Trick.
Director Yan captured my comment, so thank you.
Correct. I'd prefer to see the clean copy. I think we asked Alex to do some tightening up, but we didn't, we haven't seen it yet. So I'd prefer to see it.
All right.
So I think we have a motion on the table, and Director Beatty, if this is appropriate, I'll move that we table this motion in further action until the January meeting.
Okay, so I'm looking at Counselor Beatty, just making sure I'm this properly. We're going to vote on the motion to table, not the original motion. Okay, so Director Brody has moved to table this item until the January meeting. That's been seconded by Director Felt. Is there any discussion on the motion to table?
It looked like Gail might have had a comment, but she was muted.
Sorry, I was also willing to withdraw my motion.
Okay, let's proceed with the motion to table. Is that right, Counselor Beatty? It is on the table. Okay, we will proceed to vote. Again, this is on the motion to table until January, not the original motion. And if you are opposed, please let me know in the chat. And seeing none, this item is tabled until the January meeting. Thank you, Alex.
Nope, thanks for the feedback.
Let's move on to agenda item 12, grant evaluation review, and welcome Lauren.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. This is Lauren Riss with CWCB staff. And this is agenda item 12. It is an informational update. It is not an action item with a staff recommendation at this time. I'm just waiting to get control here of the slide. Perfect. Okay, so I'm not going to regurgitate any of the information that's provided in the board memo. I trust that you all can look through that. But I did want to just quickly revisit the goals of what we're doing here and kind of what our process is going forward. So if you will recall from our September Finance Committee meeting, we talked about basically doing an internal audit of all of our different grant programs with an eye towards making sure that they're all aligned with the water plan and that the application processes are consistent and that each grant program meets a clear and distinct need. And also that the approval process is both efficient and transparent and makes good use of the board's time and staff's time. So that's why we're going through this effort here. Excuse me. So our plan was to break this down into basically 3 steps because we have so many grant programs, and with their own unique problems, some of them, and wanted to make sure that we were doing this in a methodical way rather than just providing the board recommendations without giving you the opportunity to first consider the criteria and guidelines and some of the information that we were seeing. So for this meeting, I've provided you information on grants related to planning, studies, and drought. And the programs included in this initial tranche of information includes the water efficiency grants, technical assistance for federal cost share, operational account grants, feasibility study grants, weather modification grants, and ag emergency drought response grants. So then in January, we're going to provide similar information for really the remaining grant programs that the CWCB operates. And then in March, we'll come back to you after having gone through all of the grant programs and provide recommendations for you to consider. So that's the plan. Like I said, I'm not gonna go through all the information that we've compiled for you, and that's not a mistake on this slide. I just want to refer you to that table in your board packet. That's really the summary of the information that I asked the grant managers for these programs to compile for this effort. So as you're looking through this information, I would suggest starting with that table that's in the board packet for a pretty quick synopsis of the different variations among these grant programs that we're considering. I made a few observations in the board memo just about kind of what we see with these this initial review of grant programs, which is, as we would expect, a lot of variation with the match, with the approval process, whether that's board approval or if it requires legislative approval, if staff can approve certain grants under a recommendation threshold for funding. differences in the match requirement. And then I've also included in the packet the criterion guidelines for these grant programs listed in the table for your review. I did ask staff to go through and make some initial edits to the criterion guidelines, mostly not substantive, just a start really at clarifying language that is confusing or is just out of date. And then also just highlighting areas where we saw inconsistencies, like in match, in kind requirements, approval processes, and the like. So this is really just a preview into our progress that we're making in this effort. And I guess the new information that I did want to provide to you today is a little bit about where I think we're headed with this effort. So as I said, we'll provide similar information in January for the remaining grant programs. And then, after having given this more thought and in talking with the grant managers in these grant programs, I really feel like probably the way that we're going to move forward on this is in March to provide some recommendations on criterion guidelines that would be overarching across the majority of our grant programs where possible. And then also providing specific criterion guidelines for each of those grant programs that are tailored to meet the needs of those specific programs. So that's where I'm hopeful that we can get to, and we'll provide those recommendations to you in March, as I said. And with that, I guess I'll just open it up for questions or comments. I think I said there's a lot of information that's already provided to you, and if you have had an opportunity to look through it, we're happy to take questions or happy to talk if you have specific questions about the grant programs here in between this meeting and next.
Thank you, Lauren. Director Dutton. Thank you. Lauren, I super appreciate you guys getting this going, because as was evident just by these few programs, they just were kind of written at different times. It's pretty interesting to go through and see the different formats and different fonts and all the different things that were kind of included. And so thanks for kicking this off. And it looks like it will, for sure kind of take a few meetings for us to keep working on this. I had one thing that I just kind of wanted to bring up and maybe throw out there for the board. I'm wondering if we want to have a conversation about the levels of funding that are eligible for the feasibility study grants, recognizing that we can fund a 50-50 cost share up to $50,000 projects that have a storage component, but everything else will only fund up to $5,000. And I'm just wondering if that's something that we should reconsider. If there are some other, types of projects that we would want to be able to have it be a little bit more flexible, recognizing that, other types of projects have a lot of engineering and a cost to get to the finish line as well. So that was one thought I had.
And on that, Director Dutton, I might ask if Anna Moss or if Matt Stearns is listening, if they have any explanation as to why we have that threshold in the policy.
I can jump in if Matt's not here. Anna Moss, for the record, CWCB staff. So that's sort of an old program that when I first started, which feels like a lifetime ago at the CWCB, that the program had initially been suspended. And the issue was, it was intended to be seed money to help applicants just get through the loan application process. And so it was a very small dollar amount. And what we found was back decade plus ago was that there were certain folks who just kept reusing that money and maybe they didn't really need that money. And so we ultimately suspended the program for a period of time. Then once the water plan was in place, trying to think creatively of how can we, work on some of these goals within the water plan was where we pivoted and said, storage is identified as a really big goal. And if there's a way that we can help folks investigate that, because those are such expensive projects, they have such long lead times, that's why it was kind of pivoted just directly towards that. Certainly that smaller amount does help with the application process, but that's a little bit of the history. Not that we should look forward at it more and evaluate further. I'm certainly open to any and all suggestions, but that's a little bit of the history of that.
Thank you, Anna. Are there...
This is Matt Stearns. I can just add a little bit to that. I think the big value has been for those large storage projects where we can put some money towards the overall design of it. Typically, when we have some of these smaller projects that are non-storage related, not to say that there aren't one-offs that these feasibility studies could have a beneficial impact on, but they do tend to be much smaller efforts that don't have quite the same level of engineering. There also can be some other impacts from other federal funding sources, such as NRCS and Bureau of Reclamation.
Thank you, Matt. I don't see any other specific comments on this document. I have a couple. One is about this issue that we were just discussing. I know we've had conversations off and on about multi-benefit diversion structure rehabilitation projects. I would sort of echo Director Dutton's question there about whether we ought to increase that kind of funding for those projects. They also tend to be pretty expensive at the preliminary engineering level to get a handle on the cost. And so it's something that I'd like to look at there. My second comment is that this was a really helpful document. And as we move forward, I know that there are all kinds of statutory and other considerations for sort of when we can delegate approval levels and match. But to the extent that we could not sort of artificially create a lot of confusion about having just different matching and delegated approval levels for each grant, I think it could sort of help the general public get a handle on what our funding is like. So I would just ask that be part of the discussion as we start moving forward. Is there any consistency that we can do, knowing that each program is a little different and there are different statutory requirements that may mean that we can't have a standard policy across all sources?
Absolutely. I think that's one of our primary goals here, is to try and find that.
Great. Director Brown?
Thank you. I wanted to just bring up during this agenda item, as we're reviewing the grants in general, a point for discussion, which is that would we like to look at the way that we approve grants during our board meetings? And, I'm a bit of a short timer on this board compared to many of you who've been here and are on your second terms. But I've noticed, especially when we've gone virtually, that we're just spending a lot of time on grant approvals, walking through each of the grants, and two things made me think that maybe we could discuss. Sorry, my dogs are fighting. That's what the banging is. Anyway, I thought maybe we could discuss whether we could try not walking through each of the grants while we're virtual. And my rationale behind that is that I think we're having a lot of good discussion. We're kind of getting our stride, especially virtual meetings. And I've really enjoyed the discussion that we've been having, but it seems like it's a lot to fit into these 2 days worth of board meetings. And that, typically we don't make a lot of changes to our grants. They're approved as is. The secondary reason being that, I know staff has a lot on their plate with some of the other issues that we have going on, like demand management, and with COVID funding, probably straining our ability to hire more people, or not probably, but definitely. that maybe this would help just take a little bit off their plates by doing this. So just tossing it out there for some general discussion. Obviously not a motion for today. I don't know if we need motions on things like that. I'd have to ask Director Beatty or Councilwoman Beatty for that. But yeah, there you have it.
Director Brody.
Thank you, Director Harkins. I tend to agree. I think, number one, we're very fortunate to have an incredible staff at CWCB who does 99% of the heavy lifting on these grant applications. And mostly what we're doing is more of a ministerial approval. And I do wonder if there are ways to streamline the process where the board's role is really more to set kind of the strategic priorities for grants to the extent that there is flexibility and choice in the various grant programs. And then approval of the individual grants would be more on a consent basis with board members, certainly able to call out any particular items for further discussion or individual votes as appropriate. But to the extent that we can focus more at the strategic level and create more time in our meetings to focus more on the policy questions, and also perhaps alleviate some of the churn of staff and make the process a little bit simpler. I think that would be worth pursuing if we can accommodate it.
I'm not seeing any other comments, so I'm going to weigh in here. Oh, Director Jan, you could go first and then I'll go.
Sorry, I accidentally put my comment directly to Gail, and she's not the chair. So anyway, I'm still learning this stuff. It seems like I would know it after this long time. Anyway, this is in regard to Director Brown's and Director Brody's comment. So just keep in mind that, I've been on here a while, and one of the things that I absolutely love is hearing from the people who have these grants. And so it really is a part of the feel-good part about this job. I really enjoy the policy discussions. But with all that said, we have had times where there are 30 grants or whatever, and we do just kind of go through them, without, and it takes the staff a long time. So, without really discussing them much, and we approve them in blocks. They just have to read through everything. So I think it could be done better. And I think maybe the way that we do that, and maybe this will help Director Brown to Director Brown's comments, but maybe if we allow the staff to highlight a couple, and particularly when we get back together, when we can meet in person, which I hope is soon. But anyway, when that happens, if we can highlight ones that are in the basin that really make a significant, it may not be a one that's a real large grant necessarily, but one that really is a significant to the people that are applying. So whether it's a small ditch that you're really helping out a few farmers that couldn't afford it, or if it's a big multi-benefit project, if we could allow the staff some leeway to really bring those forward. And then maybe even as directors, we could, if there's one, excuse me, if there's one that we really feel strongly about, just for its value, we could also ask the staff to bring that one forward. But then we wouldn't have to, we could do some on the consent agenda, and then we could do some that we just highlight. I think that would satisfy my need for this, the feel-good part of this process, and then also help us get through a lot of these a little bit quicker.
Thanks, Director Jan. So part of me is laughing because some of the board members that have been on a little longer remember what the first the first couple of years of approving water plan grants were like, because we got to see them twice before we approved them. So it is more streamlined than it was. But I agree that I think that testing out the use of the consent agenda might be helpful, as we're also making sure that we've given that really clear policy guidance on, how staff should be looking at allocating funds. Another thing that we have discussed in the past, and I think this is a way to make sure that staff can sort of flag and sort of know when a project might be pulled off the consent agenda, is I think that for this to be really successful, that staff need to be coordinating with the basin directors about the applications that are coming into their basins, because it's often the basin directors that can flag when there's something going on in the community where we might have public comment that needs to come in. And so if we're going to try this, I would also say let's try that, because it can also help identify which staff need to be in attendance at the meeting, so that we're not surprising someone who wasn't planning on coming in and then we've got to pull them into a meeting because something got pulled off the consent agenda. So absolutely, I think this is something to try so we can free up more time for policy discussion. And I think the consent agenda might be a way to make sure that we're still providing fiscal oversight, but not, spending quite as much time in our board meetings on it.
So if I can just respond to that, Director Hawkins, if we're talking about, as Director Brown suggested, kind of a pilot or a trial, maybe between now and March, would bring more formalized recommendations for this board to consider. So just really a 2-meeting span, maybe something along those lines. One thing that we could do, I think pretty easily, is have the grant managers, as you've suggested, flag the director in the basin where the grant would be. And then one option would be that during director's reports, if there is a particular project that you are excited about or want to highlight, that could be an opportunity too for the directors themselves to talk about a grant project that's particularly interesting or exciting. So I just wanted to one idea that we've talked briefly about as staff, as a way to kind of meet the needs of both having the fiscal responsibility by approving through the consent agenda and also having some public recognition of the projects that we're supporting out there in the community. We'd, I'm sure, also be happy to do kind of a highlight reel of projects in certain basins as we go forward as well. So just wanted to throw that out there, but we can make either work.
All right. Well, seeing no further discussion and no official action on the table, let's move along to agenda item 13, Attorney General's report. Oh, Director Brown.
Yes, so I apologize. I don't want to take up more time on this than necessary. Thanks for all the ideas. I just thought, if appropriate, maybe we could start at the next meeting. And I know that Director Hawkins especially, was shortchanged by us not being in her basin over the summer. We could highlight some projects from her basin, maybe beginning with that January meeting and try it out starting January. And I apologize if you said that and I missed it, but I thought I would just make a motion to give that official direction to staff to start this new pilot trial in January if it is the pleasure of the directors to do so. Councillor Beatty said I could do it.
Director Brown, there is not a staff recommendation on the table. I'm not 100% clear what the motion is. Would you mind restating it for the record?
You bet. I move that we begin putting our grants on the consent agenda beginning our January 2021 meeting as discussed, and perhaps we can talk, offline with Lauren and her staff individually if she wants to come back to the board for feedback about exactly how that looks, whether, there's some time spent on specific basins or during director's reports. Sorry, that's a long motion.
So the motion has been made by Director Brown, seconded by Director Brody. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. If you're opposed, please let me know. And we'll now move on to agenda item 13. Is Director Weiser here, or is this Councilor Beatty?
It's me, Director Hawkins.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll try to be quick. We gave you a little bit of a briefing. There is litigation, people know, with the Rio Grande Compact, and New Mexico and Texas are the main two parties, but there are issues there. We're going to keep a close look at it. Obviously, whenever this threatens to get to the Supreme Court, we all get scared. So we're going to be paying close attention. We also had, obviously, some issues come up with Lake Palos handled really well. We talked about that in the last meeting. The demand management work's getting some conversations, so I won't say anything more about that. The thing I haven't talked about before is the water speculation report that people from our office, Scott Steinbreck in particular, is spending time on. It's an issue that's getting attention. We're going to be thinking about the legal tools here and how to best approach the issue. If people have thoughts or questions about it, please reach out to Scott or myself. I have to say I'm really proud of our team. We've been working really well with the different parts of Colorado state government and internally during this time. Like a lot of state agencies, the budget challenges have required us to be scrappy and in some cases do more with less. And we're working hard to do that. We're facing some new issues, obviously, during this time. And there's a real need across the state for us staying engaged. So we've tried to do that virtually where we can. And I did take a few trips this summer, including one where I was with our Director Felt, had a little bit of a open town hall discussion in Salida. We had given a grant to a restorative justice program there. Was hoping to make it to the Valley in November, but San Luis Valley, that is, but that was not to happen. We did make our best of it. And Director Dutton joined a virtual event. And let's just hang in there, keep adapting as we are. I'm really proud of how innovative and resilient Colorado's been. This is hard, but we'll get through it, and we're gonna have plenty of work to do on the other side. So that's it for my report. Happy to turn the baton back over.
Thank you, Director Weiser, and thanks again for joining us. Director Brody.
So thank you, Director Hawkins. Before we move into executive session, I just wanted to state on the record that I will be recusing myself from item 14A concerning the application of the City of Lafayette and the City of Boulder and CWCB in Water Division 1. My employer, while I do not have a direct conflict of interest, my employer does have an interest in that application, and so I will sit that one out. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Beatty, I think you can move us into executive session. I have a logistical comment. Viola told us all in the chat before, we're staying in Zoom. She will move us into the executive session room. We will take a short break in between.
Okay, thank you. As you know, the Attorney General's report is in the board's materials, so our team's here and we're happy to answer any questions that are appropriate for the public session before we move into executive session. So does anyone have any questions on our report? Seeing none, then the board needs a motion to go into executive session to consider items 14A through E as identified on the board's agenda. The executive session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 246402 3A2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Do we have a motion?
It's been so moved by Director Yon, seconded by Director Felt. Is there any further discussion?
I have one quick.
Oh, go ahead, Councilor Beatty.
I do want to note for the record that we have a matter that will be heard in executive session. Item 14E will be an update from me as a hearing officer to the board on the in-stream flow rulemaking. Pursuant to conflicts protocols within the Attorney General's office, we have a screen between me in my role as hearing officer and the team that represents staff. Staff to the Water Conservation Board has also obtained party status based on a ruling that I made yesterday in that hearing. So staff and counsel to staff from the Attorney General's office will also be leaving executive session while I brief the board on matters pertaining to the in-stream flow rulemaking. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody.
Thank you. We'll proceed to vote. Any opposition, please note it in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. It is 3:40 right now. I'd like to shorten our break a little bit in the interest of time. Let's be back here at 3:50 and Viola will move us into the executive session room.
Zoom magic.
It's so magic. It actually makes the recording a lot easier too.
I feel like I never left my chair. Really smooth.
Viola, can you confirm that we are ready to go in open session, please? Okay, give us just a minute. All right, we are ready, Councilor Beatty.
Okay, we are now at item 15, the report from executive session. Pursuant to statute, the board went into executive session to consider items 14A through E. Discussion during executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken. Please note that Director Brody recused herself from the discussion pertaining to item 14A, and Director Hawkins recused herself from the discussion for item 14E, and staff for the Stream and Lake Protection Section and counsel to CWCB staff from the Attorney General's office were also not present for the discussion on item 14E. We are now out of executive session.
Thank you, Director Beatty, or Councilor Beatty, excuse me. Let's move to agenda item 16, and Andrea. And please make sure to state your name for the record.
Hi, Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff. So we received an easement application from the city of Englewood for a 25-year non-exclusive easement for the use of land to build an in-creek diversion structure, a buried diversion pipe, and a low-head hydropower facility. These improvements would improve the municipal raw water intake at Union Avenue, as well as provide an emergency water source for the raw water intake from Big Dry Creek. This project would have no effect on conveyance or the 100-year floodplain of the South Platte River, and so staff is recommending that we approve the easement application. I don't have much information outside of what was in the board memo, so for the sake of efficiency, I think I'll leave it there and field questions if you have any.
Director Dutton.
Thanks, Andrea. I was just wondering how much influence we have over the potential actions that the applicants are planning, and just specifically thinking about all the work that CWCB has done below on the South Platte, below, or kind of just in this stretch as far as recreation and improving and channel things. And there's, you know, the mention in here about not having environmental impacts, and then also part of an ongoing partnership for recreation trails to increase access. I'm just wondering if, given this low head dam, if there are considerations for boat safety and entrapment and things like that.
We haven't discussed boat safety. It's my impression that that's not a concern. We did discuss access to trails, and that would not be impacted outside of construction. But I can certainly go back and ask about boat safety.
I would definitely appreciate that. Just if, you know, maybe it's not an issue now, but I think a really good approach is always to think about, well, in 100 years, what if this is the only barrier? You know, what if people are able to paddleboard this whole reach, or kayak or canoe or what have you, this whole reach? And, you know, I'd hate to miss an opportunity to improve the safety of a structure if we have it.
Sure.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I just would like to reiterate that. I think we've had the complications of low-head dams brought to our attention, and I think that this is a worthwhile investigation. And the threats, obviously, to people's lives. So thank you.
Absolutely. I am making a note right now to ask ask about that.
Are there any further questions? And forgive me, Andrea, is there a staff recommendation for an action item or was this an informational item?
This was an item. The staff recommendation is for approval of the 25-year non-exclusive easement with the collection of a fee of $40,425 for the 25-year term.
And Andrea, the question that was just raised, does that require additional staff investigation before board approval?
I think it would, yes.
Director Young.
So how soon are they wanting to get this constructed? Is it something they need to do here fairly soon?
Yeah, they were hoping to begin construction in the next couple months. They were going to bring this issue to their city council, I think this month, and then get everything buttoned up and start moving forward.
So I was wondering if we could move approval so long as the Director Dutton's concerns are addressed.
Director Schwartz?
And thank you. Was that a motion, Director Young?
Yes, okay.
I would, as we did in a previous motion, I think this is fairly an important issue. I know that former Speaker Ruth Wright has done a tremendous work on this and has brought attention to this issue. And if it will be in this waterway, I think it's worth getting an answer to the question. Certainly, if they still have to go through town council approval, et cetera, looks like they have some time to wait until January.
Director Brody.
So just a point of order, and I'll invite Director Beatty to correct me if I'm wrong. We had a motion, but it hasn't been seconded yet. I believe we need a second on the motion, and then if Director Schwartz wants to make a motion to table, we can take up her motion to table.
The motion can also fail for lack of second.
Okay, thank you. If it fails, does it have to be reproposed anew in January?
It can be.
Okay.
We now have a second, I believe, Director Brown.
I was trying to help, but now it looks like.
Well, so you have some secondary motion options, or you can actually vote on the motion and vote the motion down. So a secondary option for a motion is to table the way Director Brody did earlier, and then you can consider this at the January board meeting. Or now that you have a motion and second, you can actually vote on it and decline it, and then take up whatever other approach you'd like.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just move to table this item. It doesn't appear that it is going to be a huge imposition on the applicant, given the other approvals that are necessary. And January will be here before we know it. So I move to table the motion.
Okay. Now we have a motion to table. And Director Brody has seconded the motion to table. Let's open discussion on the motion to table. Are there any comments?
Yeah, I have a question. I just wanted to ask. So they were going to take this to they wanted to get constructing in a couple months. So we're not going to meet for a couple months, and they want to. I was just wondering how hard it is to get through their town council. Maybe we can.
I'm not exactly sure what their construction timeline was, but their town council meeting roughly aligned with this board meeting, and so they were hoping to bring this issue to their council roughly around the same time and move forward.
I think it's also important to recognize that the meeting in January is late in January. So it's November 18th now, and we will not be meeting till January 27th or 26th, or 25th or 26th. And so it is 2 months and a week or so. So it's a bit over. We usually have our meetings in the third week of every other month, but January and March are interesting time months.
Director Brown.
I'm just wondering if there's a way to rephrase a new motion that maybe captures that if, they may have already thought about this and it's just not in the materials we have, or this may be a non-issue. So to prevent them from moving forward when, maybe this has been addressed somewhere, I don't think is fair. So I'm just wondering if to Jim's original motion with the second, I think he stated that, Heather's concerns, now Director Schwartz's concerns as well, are addressed. Is that not good enough, I guess, is my question. I asked a lot of questions there. So A, is that good enough to just go ahead and do that? Is there an additional, something additional we can add to a motion that allows them to go forward if that original motion was not good enough for the directors with concerns, which I share and understand?
Councillor Beatty, I think that might have been a question for you.
So you have a motion to table that's on, that's up. So you would have to unravel the motion to table.
Sorry, it's not my question was for the board members that brought this issue forward. Was the initial motion by Jim enough to deal with the concerns if we can maybe put some additional content around that? And I understand, Director Beatty, sorry to cut you off, but I understand that we need to go through a process to have another motion. My question is for those board members.
If I may, Director Hawkins, looks like Kevin Hauk has his hand up, so maybe he might have some more information, and then I would provide my thoughts on Director Yuan's original motion.
Yes, and apologies, River just got home. Please go ahead, Kevin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Kevin Hauk, CWCB staff. Director Brown, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I guess I'd like to see if there's a way that we can do this so that we can reach some kind of resolution here today. If that is not possible, I guess on behalf of Andrea, I'd like to maybe get some guidance from the board as to exactly what you're looking for and how you would like us to proceed. And I've got a message from Jen Mealy, who I believe is on here, and she may have something that she's at as well here.
It sounds like she gave me a message too. It sounded like they already had their city council meeting, the city of Englewood. So they've already brought this to their council and presumably it's been approved.
Jen, would you like to comment? I saw you turn on your screen.
I did. Thank you. Jen Mealy from the Attorney General's office. I don't have much to add. I do think they've been before City Council already. I know they want to move forward. And they were really hoping to get it approved during the September board meeting. I understand there are remaining concerns about how this might affect boating on the river. And having looked at the easement agreement, I'm wondering if we can get direction. If the thought is that the boating issue needs to be addressed in the easement agreement, or if we just need confirmation that the structures as constructed won't hamper boating. Thanks.
Director Dutton.
Yeah, I think it's especially, I mean, anytime we're working on a low head dam, but especially the fact that they're constructing a new low head dam, I just think the most responsible thing to do is to make sure that it's safe. And so as far as the questions of order, I would say that I would be uncomfortable voting yes without that understanding. Again, like we've said, maybe we just don't have the information. I'm wondering if an alternative, instead of pushing this and then putting the burden on Kevin and Andrea, is there any opportunity, since we have our meeting tomorrow, for you guys to touch base with the engineering staff from Englewood and find out a little bit more about their design? And then could we make this decision tomorrow afternoon?
This is Kevin. Go ahead, Andrea.
I was just going to say that I can certainly try to touch base with Steve.
I think that's very doable, Director Dutton.
If we could, sorry.
Director Mitchell.
If we could put it at the end of the day tomorrow so they have an appropriate amount of time to try to get in touch with them with these questions.
Okay, so my question to Councillor Beatty is, I think we've got to deal with the motions on the table, but would a motion to table until tomorrow afternoon be what we need here?
It's actually a motion to postpone definitely to tomorrow. So, and that can supersede your motion to table. So if you have a motion to postpone definitely to tomorrow, you're in fine shape.
Well, I would entertain such a motion. Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I would propose a new motion to table this item until the end of the agenda tomorrow.
Second.
All right. Director Schwartz has moved to postpone definitely this agenda item until tomorrow. It's been seconded by Director Yan. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Anybody who's opposed, please let me know in the chat. And motion is approved. Thank you in advance, Andrea and Kevin, for following up on this. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just ask one last question? I'm sorry, just at the risk of belaboring the point here. Can I just get some clarification on what the board is looking for us to come back with? Is it just a statement that we've talked to the applicant and we don't believe it will be a problem? Are you looking for some new language in the easement agreement itself? Would you perhaps even like to have a representative of the city if they're available come back? I just want to know what you'd like to see tomorrow.
Director Dutton, we'll let you go first since you raised this issue first.
Thanks. I can say personally, Kevin, I'm not necessarily asking for different language in the easement. I do think it might be helpful if a representative from the city is available, but I wouldn't hold it against them since it's such short notice. And I think if you're unable to reach them, we'll cross that bridge. But if you are able to reach them, I'm just specifically interested to know, does the design include considerations for boater or swimmer or inner tuber safety, just people in the water, and entrapment concerns with a low head dam? And that's it. And I think if the answer is no, then that's another about how we want to go forward. But I would super appreciate knowing those answers.
Madam Chair, and Director Dutton, I'll just say that given that this is part of this whole South Platte River segment that's part of a master plan for the Mile High Flood District and its constituent communities, I expect we're going to come back to you tomorrow with just a statement that yes, there's not a problem here. So I think this is something that I think should be fairly easy to confirm, but I want to be able to do that to address your concern.
Are there any other members who want to make a comment here?
Oh,
Director Young?
yeah, I was just going to say, if the city can't, if their engineer who would design such a thing, but that was my belief when Kevin was telling us is this is an area of recreation and so I'm sure they took it into account. We just didn't see it. So it's good to see, but maybe their engineer would be more appropriate than even somebody from their city. But whatever you could get would be good.
All right. That was our last agenda item for the day. I believe we are in recess. We will reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night. Thanks.
Don't read till 1:30 in the morning.